What's going on, everybody? Laird Farmer 73 here. It's good to see y'all. What's going on? I'm trying to get out of this light. I'm right in between it. All right. Happy Sunday morning. Still morning for a few more minutes. Guava, everybody. It's good to see you. Q Dub, how you doing? Chef Handy Ma'am, how you doing? Big Bad, how you doing? It's good to see you. Wells 803. Let me see what we got. Elizabeth, Ant for Barbecue. Trish Graham, how you doing? Second Floor Gardens. Polar Bear Cheryl, how you doing? Frugal Gardener, it's good to see y'all. Let me see. Ant, okay, got that. Bountiful Life. Suzette. Okay, C. Francis, Peggy Moore. Let me see. Chris, how you doing? My own beautiful Memphis, how you doing? Ivory, it's good to see y'all. Let's get into this. Um, Lena, how you doing? Jennifer, let's get into this. All right, scoot over a little bit so I don't sit on my dog. All right. Nicole, what are you talking about? I haven't even said anything yet. What are you talking about, Nicole? Happy Sunday, everybody. All right, let's get into it. Squatters' rights. And I don't know if you're a landowner or you've purchased a home or you're interested in renting, you're interested in leasing, you're interested in doing an Airbnb. I am going to tell you a couple of stories today that will probably change your mind and decisions on how that goes. And I will only be speaking facts on the situation. And not just facts, but I will be speaking personal experience facts. All right, how you doing, Peggy? Who else was that just came in? Hey, Cheryl and Mary Mack, how you doing? Some Sun Energy, how you doing? How you doing? Let's talk about some reality. How many people have seen this new news? It's going crazy. It's going crazy viral about this woman staying in this lady's Airbnb, never paid and stayed like forever. Okay, a long period of time. I don't even remember how long it was, but this case got me so emotional and it got me so invested in the story itself because it's personal to me. This woman reached out. How many people have seen this report? It's all over every news channel of this woman staying in this lady's. It was an Airbnb. It wasn't even a rental unit. It wasn't even a leasing unit, right? No, it wasn't. Oh, like 10 months? Okay. I was about to say this just happened this week. They just went to court finally. And the homeowner won. So I'm here to tell y'all right now. For years, I have been telling everybody, don't rent your land out. Don't lease your land out, because everybody has been telling me for years, like, oh, you should lease out part of your land to bloppity bloopity blop, or you should rent out part of your land for tippity poppity pip. Uh, right, that's an oxymoron. Squatters' rights. It don't even make any sense. But I've been telling people for years. I've been telling the people that don't know me, and I've been telling the people that do know me, that are friends to me, and I've listened. That's one thing we will never agree on. We will never agree that that's a good idea. And everybody said, "Oh, we should build a community. I'm gonna get some land, and then I'm gonna build a community and bring all my people together on the land, and we gonna coexist and blah." And I'm like, nope. Every time, and you know something, I'm gonna tell you something about this. People have told me that I'm selfish because I'm not letting anybody on my land. They say, "Oh, lad, you got all that land and you ain't gonna let nobody on it." No, 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 I'm not. I'm not. No, absolutely not. And if you are invited on this land, you will sign a piece of paper. I'm not going to tell you what it states, but it's going to basically say, when I'm sick and tired of your ass, you got to go. If I do let you on this land for any reason, but I'm telling you right now, if you have no idea how this works, I am here to tell you. First, we're going to talk about this case, and then we're going to talk about why I back this up 1,000%. 1,000%. Let me see. Who is this? Suzette says, "Nope. Stay off my property. Can't even get a eighth of an inch grass cutting." Let me tell you something. Uh, you should have seen this. Been months ago. Maybe a year ago. I can't believe it's been almost 3 years I've been on this land. But people were really dogging me, saying, "You shouldn't be that way, lad. Black folks supposed to stick together and this and that and everything else." Okay, number one, cut that bug. Cut the bug. Talk about, I know black folks supposed to stick together, but first we got to weed out the tares, okay? Tares from the wheat. So just because we the same complexion, number one, don't mean we the same race. Number two, don't mean we the same, got the same mindset. Just because we look the same or we got the same complexion means jack. Either you a good person or you a bad person. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, in this case that's going on right now, and I beg everybody to go watch this case from the rooter to the tutor. It's quick, it's painless. Go, once you watch the first one, you won't be able to stop watching the news reports. They just gonna be back to back. You gonna need to know more. It's worse than a soap opera. It's worse than The Walking Dead, right? You need to get that second dose. I'm telling you, because it's so intense and it's so crazy that you won't believe it. You're going to need to know what happens. And what makes this crazy is the law. The law in certain places and what squatters can get away with on your land, in your home, on your property. There are laws to protect squatters. Now, see, y'all all know me. I am a firm believer in don't play with words with me. I say this all the time. I've been saying it since I've been on YouTube. I don't play with words. I don't like playing with words unless we're playing. Okay? If we're joking around, okay, wordplay. But when we talking facts and we trying to get information and we trying to get knowledge, don't play with words with me. Okay? So the reason I said that is, get this. What's the difference between squatters' rights, meaning a person can just walk into your home while you're on vacation and just start living in your house, eating your food, wearing your clothes, everything, remodel the inside of your house, everything? Squatters' rights mean once they get in there, they live there. And you have to, the homeowner, the original homeowner, has to evict them in the legal eviction process, which is going to cost that homeowner money, time. They're going to lose money because they can't rent it out to anybody else. And God only knows what the squatter is in the house doing, tearing stuff up, remodeling, and demolishing the house. So all of the repairs. So the homeowner has to eat all of that. So what's the difference between a squatter and squatter's rights and breaking and entering? Somebody, I'm listening. I'm listening. What's the difference between squatters' rights and breaking and entering? It's a play on words. Come on, somebody. I'm surprised all these high-powered lawyers. Why ain't they said this yet? For instance, if I leave out of town and somebody goes into my home or my dwelling and steals articles of clothing and money and valuables out of my house and then leaves, that's a breaking and entering. Somebody broke in my house, entered my house, and robbed me. Listen to me close. If somebody broke in my house, entered my house, stole valuables, whatever, and left, not only will I get a police report, I can get some detectives looking for the person that did the crime, and I can also file a claim on my insurance where, hey, I got homeowners insurance or renter's insurance. All of a sudden, boom, I can sit here and make me a claim and hey, they stole my VCR, they stole my 8-track disc, hi-fi. I can make an insurance claim and get some money back. I can make an insurance claim and have some repairs done, whatever they damage, my front door and my back door, my windows, whatever they damage. So what's the difference between somebody coming in and destroying my home and violating the safety and the sanctuary of my home and leaving versus them doing all of the above, they just never leave? What is the freaking difference? Listen, think about this. You would think that if a squatter was in my house and I called the police and I said, hey, there's a burglar in my home. Okay? There's a burglar in my home right now. And he's still there, like the freaking Three Little Bears. Someone's been sleeping in my bed and they're still there, right? You just made easy pickings for the police. You just made it easy for the police to catch the burglar, to catch the person that's breaking and entering your home, the person that's violating your home. Why is it that when the criminal gets inside the home and they're in there eating your cereal, drinking your milk, why on God's green earth now we got to file court proceedings? You caught the criminal. They in the house wearing my socks and drawers. You got the criminal, right? Let me see. CTS says maybe BNE is uninvited and the squatter is usually invited by them. No, the hell it ain't. No, it's not. A person violating inside your home with no permission is exactly that. Now let me kick it up another notch for you, okay? If that squatter comes out and has paperwork stating, no, I rented this home from old Willie Nelson over there, and he said I gave him $2,000 first month, last month. Okay, now the police look at this, call Willie Nelson, go over here, just like you would do normal detective work to find out if these people is selling drugs inside this home. No different. Hey, this is fraudulent. Let's get in touch with everybody involved in this. If you say this piece of paper, you paid first month's, last month's, it don't matter. Okay, let's find out. Once it don't take nothing to find out that this is fraudulent. So it don't even matter what kind of paperwork you got. This is a fraud. So now here's the deal. Either you get out of these people's home, or we're going to charge you with fraud, breaking and entering, and a list of everything else we can think of. What's the difference? How on God's green earth? Now, I know where this originated from. See, what it is, let me see. Sun Energy says, my sister-in-law went through that. Someone moved into their home and squat. She had to file court papers to get them out. See? See what I'm saying? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I know why the law is what it is. The law used to be for protection from wicked landlords, right? Because landlords will come in and, hey, you got to get out because I want them to come in. Wait a minute. Who had a disabled son, Nicole? Oh, this the same Nicole. I keep asking you, what are you talking about? Let me see. Nicole, what are you talking about? You said she has bank statements showing she paid for her house, deed title in her name. Nicole says, who can help her? Who can help who, Nicole? She had a disabled son. Oh, your cousin. Whew. Whew. I thought you was talking about the squatter lady on the news. Oh my God, I'm glad you cleared that up. I was about to go, look, head first into that. I'm glad I read for a minute. I was about to lose my cool, boy, you know? And I don't know what you talk about, but please don't solicit anything in this chat room, okay? Don't do that. Cause that's legal stuff right there. So, y'all look. Whew, I was about to go ham. Okay. I'm glad I didn't because I had some stuff already loaded in the chamber that I was about to pop off. Whew. The lady squatted in that other lady's house. I'm so glad she won her case, but it took 7 months to get that woman out of her house. That woman had zero intentions on ever leaving that house because I watched it, every piece of it. I watched it, and when the homeowner came in to evict the lady wasn't there, so the homeowner had to put out all the woman's belongings. Let me tell you something. That woman had that house decorated like she had been living there for 30 years. I'm talking about, listen, the woman had, and I'm not going to exaggerate because I wanted to. Let me tell you something. The woman decoration, she had wall paintings, covers, art, house plants, aquariums, foot massage equipment. She had started a business, and this is real shit. She started a business in the back room, selling oils, lamps, and candles, and Yo, you don't do that when you know what? I can see even if, you know how we get a little hood, and we'll start a hair business like in the kitchen. The ladies be doing the hair in the kitchens or whatever, or or homeboys cutting hair down in the basement or something. You know what I'm saying? I get it. When we renting or because you're trying to make the rent, so you got to get the rent money, right? So I can understand that a little bit. Been there, done that. So if she was doing all that, she could afford to pay the rent. Who said that? Picture man, get this. I'm not even done. Not only did she do all that, man, she was going on lavish vacations. They found all of her information. The woman going to Cancun and Maui and Carnival cruises, and she out here living her best life. Now, on top of that, she talking about she runs her own business, which I'm sure was in that back room making them candles and oil juices, junks, you know. But then she says she runs a nonprofit organization helping. I ain't gonna say what she helped because I don't want to defame her. She runs a nonprofit organization, clearly helping other people. How you doing all this when you a dirty, crooked thief? You know what I mean? So she they found out you've done this 3 or 4 different times before you landed here. And each one of those landlords you still owe like thousands of dollars. You skipped out on other people before you made it here. Let me see. Yeah, she's a professional scammer, Michelle, absolutely. Uh Isa says she sure helped herself to the home. Absolutely. Adina Collins says in South Louisiana, my people would call her cheeky. Okay. I don't know what that is. All right. Um Says I've had to pass on multiple home properties because of squatters. See what I'm saying? Picture man said, I live in Texas and that's bad problem in Texas. The court system will actually help squatters. Okay, see that, see. Listen to me. That's the problem. This was actually a law that was supposed to help tenants from landlords being crooked and hateful and sexist or racist to be able to kick people out of their homes, right? That's what it was. It done flip. Now people are using the law to 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 milk the system at everybody else's expense. So I've been watching this case unfold. And then I'm going to end this case with this, and then we're going to have a little quick discussion about it on the end tip. The homeowner won. They put the lady's stuff out of the house. And then the last news report was them. No, not news report, but the woman the woman got so big of freaking balls. She goes to be interviewed by the news. She voluntarily goes to be interviewed by the news. Like her lie is so strong, her delusion is so strong that she is really going to trick the news. You're going to trick the internet. You're going to trick the world and pretend nothing is going to, they're not going to find any information on you. Like a Jedi mind trick. She's in the news. The news lady got all the information from everything in her face, and she's asking the woman questions of factual things, and every time the lady doesn't budge, her voice doesn't change, nothing. She looks oblivious when she's answering questions. Oh yeah, that's a lie because this is what happened with that. Well, she was ready for every fact that the news lady had. She had a lie in the chamber ready to pop off. It was so disgustingly bizarre that I said to myself, not only do that woman look like this woman I know, and I've told y'all this story a long time ago about this woman, she loved for my cousin. She wanted my cousin to beat on her, but he never would, and that would drive her crazy. Listen, not only do she look like that woman, she act like her. The lies and the delusions were so strong that she thought she could just talk to you and you're going to believe her lies. I said to myself, this lady is nuts. No, she's not mentally unstable. No, she is not off her meds. Because see, that's the political correctness of it. But she don't fall in that category. You understand what I'm saying? She don't fall in this category. This woman is nuts. She's out of here. Zoom, zoom, zoom. She's gone. You got a mental illness that can be handled, that can be dealt with. You could sit on somebody's couch and talk to a therapist. You need some medication because of your situation. You could be medicated. No, people like this, they were born, they like, maybe it's Maybelline, maybe she's born with it. She's born like that. And you can't fix it. She looks normal and she looks like she wouldn't harm a fly. But what you need to realize is those are the most dangerous mugs right there. The ones that's so level-headed, so calm, so cool, so collected, answering your stuff right here on a dime, no problem. She been lying so long that, man, she don't speak truth anymore. Do you dig what I'm saying? She's been lying. I know a couple of people like that in my life. I'm serious. Been lying so long that she doesn't speak truth. She doesn't even know how. Like, even if, okay, look, this is an ink pen, right? We all know this is an ink pen. This is an ink pen. If you ask a person that lies for a living what this is, they're going to give you a story about it. This is an ink pen. I use this to write one of my favorite novels. And, you know, Stephen King stole my novel and used it for his own. And now he like a billionaire and I'm here broke, struggling or whatever. And then you ask him, well, what novel did you write with that ink pen? Oh, you ever hear of a movie called It? You ever hear of a movie called It? Mm-hmm. I wrote that. Pennywise, I came up with that. A liar, a career liar, they won't see this as just a pen. They won't tell you, I see an ink pen. They're going to tell you something that made them a hero with that pen. That's the pen that I survived. It helped me survive a plane crash. Plane was going down, and I kind of hit the window with this pen, bust the window out, grabbed this napkin, put it around my neck, and jumped out the window, and I just floated down like a parachute. But if it wasn't for this pen, that's why I keep it to this day. If it wasn't for this pen, man, I'd probably be dead like the 500 other people on that plane. But nope, this pen saved me. That's how crazy nutso that woman was. Because then she turned around after the interview. They done interviewed this woman several times, and she never flinches with the lies. She never flinches like, hey, we did just see you cover up the sign with the blanket. Wasn't me. Man, we saw you leave the house out the other day. Wasn't me. We saw you sneak back in the house after they boarded it up when you left. Wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. That was all propaganda because the woman, she's not even a woman. She's a man, baby. And the paperwork that she gave me, that's not the real paperwork that she said. No matter what the news reporter hit her with, she had one in the chamber alive, ready to pop off, that fit the facts so perfectly. It's almost like you thought that she knew what the question was going to be. You understand? So then to end this off, the woman goes and do her own like YouTube video of how everybody is treating her now, and did her own YouTube video of how the woman, the homeowner, how the court, how the judge, how the lawyers, and everybody else is lying on her. And the lawyers, the judge, the system, the homeowner, everything, they all got together and conspired against just her. Now, mind you, she didn't even come in with a lawyer. She represented herself. She came to court representing herself. She was her own lawyer. Do you understand how dumb that is? I don't care what you in there for, traffic ticket or you on first 48. Listen, if you come in any court representing yourself, I'm going to give you a quick little tidbit of law. Coming in any courtroom representing yourself is like coming in as your own grandpa. You ever hear that song? I'm my own grandpa. That's how dumb that is. You come into a courtroom representing yourself, especially with something this serious. Let's see, and who are you? Yes, I'm my own grandpa. I will be defending myself. That's how stupid that is. With a case this big, with a case that's so big that it's on national news, you come into court with no lawyer. All you got is a bunch of papers that you made up yourself. Okay, everybody said that was crazy for her not to have a lawyer. I said, no, it's not. That's the smartest thing she actually did, right? The smartest thing she did was not get a lawyer, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if she would have hired a lawyer, the lawyer would have seen the fraudulent documentation, and the lawyer would have told her, oh, we can't use this. That's not going to stand up in a court of law. Everything about that is fraudulent. The reason why she represented herself, because no piece of paper or document that she had in her possession was real. All of that was photocopy, Photoshop, Kinko's copies, FedEx copy machine, all of that, them little trickeries that people do. No lawyer would have sat there. The lawyer would have told them this. If she would have sat down with a lawyer, let me see, Red Card says, I still can't understand why a squatter has any right at all. They are illegally occupying someone else's property. They should be immediately removed and arrested. Right. Well, let me tell you this. Again, remember this. It was kind of flipped. They used to be able to be there to help people, but now they use it for evil, right? Okay. For instance, here's another one. Imagine there's this abandoned piece of property, abandoned home, and it's in disarray and it's making the city look bad or whatever. If you took on that and just start living in it, fix it up, clean it up, back in the old days, okay, it's all good. And matter of fact, that land may end up being yours if you do it right. That's how that worked. For instance, let me explain. If you let your neighbor cut your grass. Say you got a side of your house. I'm gonna talk about myself. The area between my house and my neighbor, my landline and my house, is about 50 feet, 50, 60 feet. Just say, nah, it's about 20 or 30 yards between me and my neighbor, okay? You know what I told him? And he thought I was being mean. I wasn't being mean. I said, hey, man, do me a favor. Stop cutting my grass, man. Oh, I just take care of this little piece. Yeah, that's not your job. Stop cutting my grass, partner. All right. I don't need no help. I don't care if my grass get 3 feet, 5 feet tall. I'm talking about at my house. Don't cut my grass. Because that's the equivalent of me coming on your side of the landline and cutting all your grass down to the dirt. And I said, well, I like the look of dirt. So I kind of wanted to, see, you can't do that. You can't take it upon yourself and alter somebody else's property, even if they're doing good. And I'm going to tell you why he thought I was mean, and I told him to stop cutting my damn grass, even though he was cutting about 2 feet, about a 4 foot strip. Stop doing that. I'm going to tell you why. Because if he keep cutting my land and I never take care of it, if he got cameras and proof showing that he's been maintaining that 4 foot strip of land for the next 5 or 10 years, and he go down to the county building and say, look, I want to acquire this 4 feet strip of land because I've been taking care of it where I guess my neighbors don't. I want to acquire this 4 foot strip to add to my land. Do you know the city will approve him? They will steal land from me and give it to him because they think I have not been maintaining. They think it couldn't be yours. You don't cut it. You don't take care of it. So if you let your neighbor keep coming over and cutting your little line of grass, I don't care what it is, weed whacking, nothing. If you keep letting them do that without you telling them, don't do that no more. Or put up a fence or something. If they don't comply, put up a fence. Because they can legally acquire that land. If they got a camera off their house, always showing them cutting that grass, maintaining that grass, taking care of that piece of land, that's theirs. So that's why it's easy to steal somebody's land. I'm not going there on this channel. I'll be talking about that on Uncle Led channel. It's easy to steal somebody. I didn't say acquire. It's easy to steal somebody's land when you know how the rules work and the laws work. So, the woman went on there and did her own video talking about how everybody was wrong but her, right? She got the freaking grapes to come in here and finish off after you lost miserably in court. And now I hope and pray that the homeowner sue that woman for everything, just like them other landlords. I hope they sue and sue and sue. I hope they sue her for, I chipped my toenail and I'm suing her for it. I don't care what it is. Sue her till it ain't no more sues left. Because what she did was legally, morally, spiritually wrong. You can't come in somebody else's stuff and be living off up in their house. That's why I don't let nobody stay in my house too long. When are you leaving? Oh, around the holiday? Oh, when y'all supposed to be leaving out? Huh? Okay. Because the same thing goes for if somebody move into your house or they come stay with you for a week. Don't quote me, because it's different in every state. If somebody comes into your home and stays into your home for a significant amount of time, it depends on the city. It could be 7 days. It could be, I don't know. It's different in every city. Do you know they're now a tenant of your home and you can't put them out? You better go check the law before you start inviting people over for the holidays or whatever. You better go check the law. Because if you got one of them old derelict old uncles that like to show up out of the blue, go check your laws before you let him come over there and stay for the holiday for a few days. Talk about so he waiting because the next Greyhound don't leave out till Wednesday. Go talk to him. Because if he say he just gonna stay at your house for 7 days till the next Greyhound come through town, pay for him a hotel room. You can stay here for a day, but you gotta go after that. Yeah, me and my wife be doing stuff all around the house we don't want you seeing. Right? So you gonna have to, it's a hotel room. I'll take you down to the hotel down there. It's about 8-10 miles down the road. I'll run you up and down there. They got cheap rates too. They charge by the hour. They got a little nasty one down there. They charge by the hour. One even charged by the minute. So, it's up to you. So now, with that story unfolding and the squatters' right law is going up in legislation to be voted on and everything again, and hopefully every state, I hope they change it. And this is why. I'm gonna tell y'all a personal story. First, does anybody have any you want to inject some information or a question, and then I'm gonna tell you a personal story. Let me see. I don't know what you're saying, 72. So is that the same thing as eminent domain? Yeah, yes. Red Carpet said the court is on the tenant side. That's why so many landlords are losing their homes. Absolutely. WK says, I believe it's just better to live off the land at this point. We gonna go there too. It don't matter. If somebody come and stay on, let me tell you something. Wait a minute. Listen to this. Let me see. I say we've been having builders. Look, I say all this to say this. You said you rather live off the land right now. No, it don't change. It don't change. It don't change. If you got some raw land out here, that don't change. You know what I'm saying? That don't change. If somebody come off into your woods and they stay there long enough, do you know the law protects them off in the woods with their little tent and their little camp? Did you know that? I told you I checks my land all the time. I don't take y'all on the videos and I don't record it because of certain things that have went down. I don't walk. I stay right here. This is all I let y'all see. Is right here now. Remember I used to take y'all through the woods and stuff? Never again. What happens when the squatters are on your rural land? That's what we're talking about right now. You have to go through the exact same situation as if the squatter moved into your home. Now, there's one difference. There's one difference. If you move into somebody's house in the city, all eyes on you. You got to go through the proper channels to get these people or persons out of your home, right? Do you have to put up no trespassing sign? Yes, you do. But that doesn't help anything. Your no trespassing sign in the city is your door that's locked, your windows that's locked. That don't really matter. If somebody want to break the law, they're going to break the law. So again, in rural land, the reason why rural land is better is because do you call the police? When somebody is encroaching on your land and they living all on your land out there in the woods somewhere, or poaching or hunting, and ain't nobody around, it's been going on for a long time. Uh, some landowners don't call the police. That's all I'm saying. If they catch somebody encroaching on their property, whether they're hunting poaching, or they've started living on your land, though a lot of those reports never get to the police. Usually, the homeowner or the landowner deals with that personally. And it seems to me, from all the people that I know, it seems to me that works way better than calling a sheriff. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Because out here, ain't nobody hear you scream, and everybody know when you encroach on some rural land, man, the laws change a little bit. If you got no trespassing signs all over your land like I do, you've been warned constantly. Say once they squat on your raw land, they will only move when a developer buys it. But you as an individual have no rights. You do. Well, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But yes, let me see. Picture Man says a friend of mine has 50 acres in the state of Texas. They want to visit after 5 years. Went to visit after 5 years and find 35 deer stands and feeders. It's absolutely, absolutely. I listen. I don't even. If anything look out of place to me, anything, I will stand there forever, looking and trying to figure out what am I looking at. I will stand there forever trying to figure out what am I looking at? Why is this here? This belongs over there. Or why does it look like it's something been burning right here, like a fire, a campfire? Or why is this like this? Why are these rocks in this formation? Where did this bucket come from? When you listen, I can't make this up. If you own rural land, you constantly walk your land. I don't feel like it all the time. I really don't, especially in the summer. But I promise you this. If you don't walk your land, you're going to mess around one day and go in there and find out that somebody already been walking your land. So when you got people living in your land, you know what they usually do? They invite other people. If you see a homeless person living in your woods and find a homeless person living in your woods, best believe that homeless person has told other people about this spot. It's just not him. It's other people gonna be coming. And when he goes back to wherever he goes during the daylight hours or whatever, that word is spreading. Like, hey, I know a place that nobody goes. And when you, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna speak on that. I'm going to say it like this. Imagine when you know there's nobody that comes around this stuff right here. That's where the crime happens, where nobody is ever back here behind this dumpster. So this is where I'm gonna do some crime, right? Nothing different in the woods. They're gonna spread the information, right? Say owning too much land can be a nuisance. Yes, it can, but owning anything can be a nuisance, really. Get security drones. Absolutely not. Riles, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to tell you why. I have 4 drones, and I'm going to tell you from experience. You can fly that drone over the tree canopy, right? In the summertime, you can't see anything beneath the tree canopy, period. Then, if depending on how much land you have, okay, if you have over 10 acres, man, your drone gonna be in the air looking, trying to find every square inch of over 10 acres of land. You won't accomplish that. You won't accomplish anything. You're gonna be too busy hovering around, looking around with your camera, trying to just look through the treetop. You won't see anything. And I promise you this. This is from my own experience, okay? I have my drone at the treetop looking through. You know, you can't even see the streams of water that go through my land. No matter how high or how low you fly, you can't even see my streams that run through my land from the drone shots. So what you have to do is go beneath the tree canopy. Now you got two other problems. One, these things are still machines. I don't care how smart they are. You're going to crash somewhere. You're going to hit listen. You just don't hit sticks and twigs and vines. You also got some spider webs out there that's so thick and strong that they'll tangle your drone up, and your drone will drop. I can't make that up. Ask me how I know. You don't think it's this what they call banana spiders? I don't know if you ever seen them. They yellow and black with a little red on them. They this big, and they be on the web. The web is this big. If you walk into one of those webs, it'll clothesline you. I have done it. The fibers in this silk web is so strong that you almost can't break it. It's gonna kick your neck back. So if you flying a drone down here, man, hit these doggone some of this debris, it don't work. So the only way that I can say is, I left out number 3, birds. If I stopped flying my drone like that over my land because I got red-tailed hawks. I got crow. What's the other one? Not a crow. It's a crow, not a blackbird, a crow. Let me tell you something. They don't like to see anything in the air, and they will try to. I got the footage too. The only reason I can't release the footage is because I was doing something I had no business doing. Meaning, there are levels and heights that you can go with your drone, and we ain't gonna go there. But look, it looked like a red-tailed hawk. I don't know what it was. Hit my drone. My drone is dropping, and my drone finally corrected itself, and I hit it in turbo and brought it all the way back to the cabin. That's a long story. Ravens, that's the one. I was thinking of the smart one, the biggest one, the Raven. Man, I stopped flying for that. Now, let's get back to it. You have to walk your land. You have to walk your land. Not only just to check out for intruders or changes on your land, you also have to walk your land to get familiar with your land, to know what's going on with your land. It could be a doggone sinkhole that came on your land and you won't even know it. It could be trees that fell on your land or disease. You won't even know it if you don't walk your land. Now, I want to try to finish this video about squatters and the squatters' rights and how wrong they are with my own personal experience, which is this. I was in my 20s, and when I was that young, me and my wife were still newlyweds. I don't even think we were married 3 years. But long story short, I was in my early 20s, and I owned 3 properties, three apartment buildings. I had a good job, and my daddy told me to invest in this stuff, so that's what I did, because that's what my dad used to do. So I purchased these buildings, and I'm gonna just talk about the one building. I ain't gonna talk about the other crazy stories. I'm gonna stick with this one. All right, I'm waking up, getting ready to go to work. I get a phone call. That back when people still had house phones. I get a phone call, and it's the the fire marshal. Fire marshal telling me, yeah, is this Mr. Laird? Yeah, this is me. How you doing? Listen, hey, we need you to get down at blah, 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 Milburn Street, because your home is on fire. I said, no, I'm in my home right now. He said, no. Do you own a property at blah, 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 Milburn Street? Yeah, I do. Apartment building? He said, yes, it's on fire. You need to get here immediately. I can't make none of this up. I look out my front window. Now, oh, Lord have mercy. I look out my front window. Off in the distance. Now, I lived in a small city. Toledo, Ohio was a small city. I look off in the distance in the direction of where my house is. That house. I can see this big black plume of smoke going up in the sky. I knew. I'm like, oh my God, this is real. This ain't a prank. I hurry up, tell my wife, she laying next to me. I tell her, look, I gotta go check on the house. They talking about it's on fire. She like, what? I gotta go. I call my job before I leave. Remember, ain't no cell phones yet. Call my job. Listen, I ain't gonna make it today. My house is on fire. They said, okay, do what you gotta do. I race cross town. Remember, no cell phones. I race cross town, get to my property, and see it in the distance burning up. I finally get to the property. True story, true story, true story. As soon as I get out of my car, I had I want to say I had like a 1997 Ford Bronco, the little small body. I think that was it. Let me tell you something. I get out my truck and got rushed by news reporters about me being a slumlord. What? Yeah, do you have anything to say about being a slumlord? Listen, I'm sure somewhere on the news, somewhere on Google, somewhere you can find that news report. I've never been able to find it, but I'm sure somebody that's smart enough can go find that shit. Unless they finally removed it. Okay, and I'm going to tell you why it was removed. So they bum rushing me, and I hear one of my tenants say to the news reporter and to the fire people, there he is right there. That's him. That's him right there. I gets out the car and I'm being bum rushed, right? My tenants all mean grilling me, mean mugging me. There he is. And the fire marshal coming over. The news reporters got the mic in my face. Are you a slumlord? What are you? I'm like, what the hell is y'all talking about? I can't make this up. Ask my wife, Lord. Look. So I'm like, I don't know what nobody's talking about. I look over at my tenant. I'm like, hey, what's going on? She won't talk to me. She's like, that's him right there. I'm like, what's going on? Nobody's talking to me. The only person that's asking me any decent questions is the fire marshal. Fire marshal come over to me and say, is this your home? Yeah, I own this. I just bought this like a year or two ago. Okay, well, look like you might be in a little trouble, buddy. They had me for arson. Listen, it's funny now. They were going to charge me with arson and attempted removal of human life because people were living in my dwelling. So how do you figure if I'm at my house sleep? You caught me at my house. Okay, I live cross town. Okay, no problem. So they start doing investigations. And he told me to come into the house. They had already doused the fire out. All my tenants and their children is out there. Oh, how did I forget? It's like January, February, something in Toledo, Ohio, where it ain't just snow everywhere. It's ice everywhere, and it's below zero. It's first thing in the morning. It's got to be probably 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So it's below zero. We're sliding on ice, everybody, and crunchy hard snow. So it's freezing out here. And I remember I had on some red jogging pants, and I had on a red and black leather Chicago Bulls. Was it Chicago Bulls or Mighty Ducks? I can't remember. I had on a leather starter jacket. That's neither here nor there. All I know, I was freezing, right? And this leather was so cold that you can't bend your arms in the jacket and stuff. A red and black San Francisco 40 leather San Francisco 49er jacket. So the fire marshal brings me into my own home to show me why he think I tried to set my own house on fire. So he goes up what's left of the stairs. Now this house was not a Victorian house, but it was a vintage house. So it had four units, 4 apartments, and it had a big giant attic on the top, right? This is one of those houses that back in the day you would think it was like a mansion, okay? So he went up the top floor unit, and then that's where it all started. So from the top floor unit, the top left-hand side unit, and then now we go up in the kitchen. There was some steps. Up those steps was this black burn mark all the way up the steps. The whole roof was gone because that's what caught on fire. There is no roof. We looking at the sky. He takes me up here and shows me why he's going to charge me with arson. Up this, we follow this black line and we go over to the side, and all of this is where it looked like somebody put some kind of accelerant there. So he let me know what was popping off, what's going to happen to me and everything if I'm found guilty, blah, 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 blah. And then I got all of these tenants yelling at me and lying on me and telling me that I'm a slumlord, right? Listen close. This is getting juicy. This is one of Laird Farmer's stories here. So I'm tripping because I'm in bizarro world because I can't believe the same people that owe me money for rent and I keep letting them slide because one dude grew up with my brother, the other chick, her brother is the city's main DJ. I'm not gonna say his name. Popular, famous DJ in city of Toledo back in that day. He is living with his sister that I rent to her. When I purchased this property, she was already a tenant in it. I didn't even kick her out. I said, you can stay and your rent can stay the same. I think her rent back then was something like $600, you know. It was like $500 or $600. And it was in the hood ass spot anyway. So I told her rent can stay the same. But I told her when I renovate all the rest of this, you know, they rent gonna be different. But if you leave, I kind of grandfathered her in, okay? Unofficially. Long story short. So the fire marshal did all of this investigating. I leave, go home, tell my wife what's going on. One tenant that I knew personally, he grew up with my brother. So I told him I have another unit on the other side of town because the woman that he was dating was from like Chicago, or she was either from Chicago or New York, some part of New York or Chicago, one or the other. So she didn't even know the area. And he was like, hey, dog, man, I don't know what we gonna do. And they had kids. I'm like, look, I got you. I'm going to move you in this apartment building over here. I'm not quite done with it yet. It still needs some paint, but it still got heat, it got water, and y'all can come over here and lay low until y'all figure out what y'all going to do. Let's stick with this story over here because that's another story, okay? Let's stick with this story over here. The investigation goes on, and they finally call me and tell me they know what happened to the damn building. You ain't gonna believe this, but it's in somewhere in Toledo, Ohio's newspaper, because I used to keep the paper. All right, I used to keep the actual story because it was about me, because they was dogging me first. Go look in the Toledo Blade. The Toledo Blade. That's the name of the newspaper, if it still exists. What did they find? Now, weeks prior to this event, there was a young man that deleted his pregnant girlfriend and was on the loose. Here's the funny part now. Stick with me. The pregnant girlfriend that had been deleted with her unborn child was going with this guy that she was his side piece. This sounds like a First 48 story I know. I'm telling you, I lived it. And I don't know if he was married or he was with another girl or whatever, but that was his side piece. So he erased her from existence because she was pregnant. So it's a manhunt on. I remember called Toledo, Ohio Crime Stopper. If you seen this dude, or they knew his face, they knew all about him. And they was like, if you seen this dude, call Toledo, Ohio Crime Stopper, blah, 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 blah. Okay. When the fire marshal called me back, I don't know how long it took, weeks, months, whatever it was. When he finally called me back, he told me the whole story. I have been exonerated from all of that. Arson, unaliving people, I have been exonerated from all of that. I'm nervous because what I look like, and back in them days, they could put anything on you, you gone, right? Got a good ass job, got my firstborn kid, my wife, I'm married, got this nice ass house, I got a nice life, and they trying to end my life. That's all I could think, right? I'm doing everything right by the book, and they trying to end my life, Joe. So, fire marshal called, he say, yeah, come to find out, remember the black line we saw going up the steps? I said, yes. That was from a cheap dollar store extension cord. Somebody had plugged in about 3 or 4 of those cheap little 3-prong with the 3 heads on the end, dollar store extension cords, hooked them together, head to tail, ran it up the attic steps, and he said, do you remember where we thought you put accelerant to burn the place up? Yes, I do. Okay, there was no actual chemical accelerant. What there was, the reason why he thought it was an accelerant, because it had burned that part of the house so badly, he said it had to be gasoline or something. Nope. Somebody had, what was that game called back then? Nintendo, not, what's the one with Mario? And it was white. Nintendo 64, whatever it was. Nintendo, they had a microwave, a big booty TV, a hot plate, what is those called? A toaster oven. Somebody had a whole house, a whole living situation up there. Oh, and a heater. And a heater. A little electric heater. So all of that stuff overpowered that plug. Whatever they was up there doing, overpowered that plug. The plug caught on fire, just like a cartoon. You know how on cartoons they put the gunpowder down and then they put the big old barrel full of gunpowder in here to to blow something up. That's exactly what it looked like. It looked like somebody poured gas or some gunpowder up these steps and they put the keg of gunpowder at the top of this thing. That's how bad it was, right? Second floor guard said, oh, now I remember this story. What, you were from Toledo? Or you remember me telling this before? So, tell me something, second floor guard. So, he said it wasn't an accelerant. It was somebody had all of this equipment over here, and it got so hot with that old house. That house was so old, and the wood was so old that the wood burned everything like gasoline. It was literally melting metal. So that's why they thought it was an accelerant. Come to find out, they found out who did it because they started interrogating and interviewing the tenants in the house. True story. I'm not speaking ill on the dead, but I'm telling the truth. Because they didn't care about me. They didn't care whether I was going to prison or not for their lies, right? So I remember telling the story. Okay. They didn't care if I went to prison for them lying on me, so I don't care about them in life or death, right? So the dude that's the DJ that's not on this earth anymore, I ain't even really got no emotions for it. Like I ain't about to no rest in peace or none of that. I done got no emotions because they didn't care if they was taking me away from my family, my newborn son, my wife, my life, They wanted me to go to prison for arson and attempted unaliving. I don't care about you being dead. I ain't got that peace built in me. So that's neither here nor there. They found out that that DJ and his sister was harboring her son that had deleted his baby mama, his side piece, from the earth. He had been hiding in the attic, in my attic, in my apartment building, because the only way to the attic was through that tenant's apartment. There was no other access to the attic. No other apartment on my building had access to the attic. Only she did, off the kitchen. They found out that the person that caused the fire was the woman's son that had unalived the baby mama, the pregnant girlfriend, months or weeks or months prior to this situation. That's how they even caught him. Can you believe that? They caught him because of my house fire that he started. So basically, in a nutshell, how I've looked at it for over 30 years is he basically sent up the bat signal on his own self because he brought all that attention to himself. Now, I'm not going to get into the deep part of the squatting, but that's a squatting situation. And the tenant that happened to, that I had let her slide on the rent over and over, even though your brother is a big time DJ, he making decent money, and you said, I forgot what she did, but she may have decent money too. Why is all these people living in this apartment and ain't nobody got no money? You know what I'm saying? Every time I drive past, I see the barbecue grill going. I see the grill smoking. You know what I mean? I see music playing. I see you out there washing on your car like you balling. But ain't nobody got no rent. Why come every time I drive down the street, y'all all go in the house, leave the grill smoking, everything, leave the children outside, everything, won't answer the door? So that woman, when this all went down, true story, probably owed me $1,000 because she was paying me like a little 200 here, 200 there, to the point where, it's getting to the point like, look, I'm gonna have to let you go. I stopped accepting money from her because she kept trying to give me nickels and dimes. And I'm like, look, you in the rear's bad, you know what I'm saying? So I was in the process of letting her go anyway. Come to find out, her son was a life taker of his side piece, his baby mama. She was pregnant. They had basically been squatting in the house. The other dude didn't even belong in the house. And that is only one reason I will never rent property again. I don't give a hot piping hot damn. I won't do it. And you can't say, oh, you got to rent to richer people. No, they the worst. I had one of them too. They the worst. People with money in a nice neighborhood, they are worse than ghetto people. Because if you rent a home in the ghetto, man, they will leave. They'll be like, hey, look, we don't want no heat. We already was, selling a little weed out of here. We don't want to bring the heat on. Let's just leave. Ghetto people will end up leaving after they know the police is going to come in here and wreck the buffet. Rich people, people with money renting your place feel entitled. They feel like that's their house. We put all this money into painting this place. So I didn't tell you to do that. And it's in your lease telling you you can't paint it no way unless you're going to paint it back. Well, we put down new carpet. I didn't ask you to do that. Matter of fact, where's the carpet I had in here? That was brand new carpet. We didn't like it. It didn't match the curtains and it didn't match our furniture, so we took it up. So now you're going to pay for that too. I'm done. Listen, I am burned, shell shocked from renting, leasing, and this is my word. This is my word. My wife want us to get into leasing and renting Airbnbs. I said, baby, I love you with my life. I stand behind you on everything you do. I have always trusted you and stood on business about even stuff that I don't think is gonna work. I stood on it. But I said, listen, we ain't doing that. We're not doing that. I love my wife. Listen to me. I believe in her. Even some of the crazy ideas she have, I believe it. Hey, I got crazy ideas. She believe in me, and we always succeed. That one, though, I don't ever want to deal with that again. And I'm going to tell you why. When you got squatters staying in the house, oh my God, I got so many stories. I got so many squatting stories. What? Because y'all probably thinking, oh, that was just one incident. That ain't going to make you get out of the business. Shit. I got over 10 situations. I got definitely over 10, I'm sure of it. Of this is what I got tired of with the squatters coming to the home that I own, my property, coming there, asking you for rent, and it getting to a point where I got to draw on you. There should be no reason that now remember, there was no cell phones. They didn't have all this internet. None of that stuff existed. So they couldn't just, hey, PayPal me my rent or Venmo or, Cash App me my rent. Nah, you got to go to them because they ain't mailing it to you. They ain't mailing no checks, yo. So, hey, you sometimes got to go knock on that door. Who is it? It's landlord. Oh, I was just about to call you and let you know that my car had broke down, and what had happened was every freaking time I will rent something out to a young lady, because for some reason men don't ever be looking for no, it makes sense now. Just that second, it makes sense. Men don't never be looking for no place because it's always seemed like, because he waiting on her to get a place so he can lay up on her. Every time I rent it out to a young lady, I'll come pick up the rent. She said she had 2 kids. It's 6 kids in here. They all look identical. So I'm not even going to ask who kids is these. But then homeboy sitting up here laid up on the couch in his drawers with his socks on, stinking. And the whole inside of my dwelling smelled like damn chronic smoke. And I'm like, hey, yo, I'm coming for the rent. I've been trying to call. Yeah, my car broke down. Yeah. I don't really even care. I've been trying to find you for 3 weeks. You know rent is due again in a week. So what we doing? Now, I made sure I put him on a 30-day lease because the woman that I bought all of these houses from, I bought all of these properties at one time. And she had everybody on a 30-day lease, just like they do down in Georgia. Meaning, I don't have to go through the court system. She had it all legally hooked up where I didn't have to do nothing. My lawyers looked it over. Her lawyers told me about it. Where if you don't pay in 30 days, my properties will set up like you staying in a hotel, right? Okay, at 12 a.m. if you didn't pay again, you got to go. 12 is checkout time. So I let them, oh, you got to go to court to evict me. And I would always give them that piece of paper. No, I don't. You're on a 30-day lease. You're on a lease, month-to-month lease. So if you don't have my rent by the end of the day, I'm coming back. So every time, why I don't want to do it no more. That's when Big Dirty, every dirty ass boyfriend always, that's when you letting your wife or your girlfriend or your baby mama come to the door to talk to the landlord, which you should have been doing as a man in the first place. But right when things get a little sour, when I'm telling her she gotta go, now you want to come in and act like you the muscle, but you don't know who I am. I'm not that dude. I'm not one of the people gonna sit around and keep on talking to you. I'm going to state my purpose. I'm going to state why I'm here. And then I'm not going to discuss anything else. Discussions are for me and not deadbeats. So right there, Oh, what's the problem, man? There's no problem with you. Who are you and why are you here? I live here. No, you don't. You're not on the lease. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Number one, stay right there. Don't come no closer. And I ain't gonna lie to you, homeboy. If you ain't gone by the end of the day, I'm gonna call the police breaking and entering. Because you don't even belong here. You not on the lease. You ain't on nothing. She ain't paid in a month. So she breaking the law. These babies, it's only 2 of them on the lease. I don't know where the other 25 babies come from. So you got a problem here. You lying about how many children you had right there, that's fraud. Or you running an illegal daycare center up in my building. That's a problem. So if y'all ain't going by the end of the day, it's gonna be a problem. Well, let's make it a problem now. Gotta pull it. I'm not fighting you. Even in my 20s, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm gonna make you go stinking somewhere. I'm gonna make you whistle. I don't got time for that. This business. This ain't the streets. I'm gonna make your guts whistle. I ain't got time to be sitting around throwing blows with you. So every time, by the end of the day, they would be gone. And that particular person, those particular people, was gone and left everything in that house like they was coming back. They never came back. Everything, furniture, stove, food, they just like picked up their book bags and left. Everything was in this house. I had to throw all of that stuff away, which was horrible. So I could go on and on. I had another deadbeat that wouldn't pay the rent that was selling drugs out of my damn apartment building. And y'all balling. You got this old school classic car. You got all these cars. You got motorcycles. You draped in gold. You got rings on every finger. Your teeth is gold, but you ain't got no rent. I don't care who you affiliated with. You gotta go. Oh, hey, man, hey, I tell you what, you always looking at that Chevy, you like that Chevy Impala. He had like a 1976 Chevy Impala, long body with the damn rear skirts on the idea. You should like that mug. I tell you what, you let me go on slide on that rent, man, and we'll call it even. I know I owe you a little something. If you let me slide, man, I can hook you up with that. I can get that for you. I don't want your car. I want my money. Because think about it, this is hood rules. You can give me your car, and then you can have one of your homeboys come and steal it back. And I done already made a deal with you, right? No, man, give me my money, man. So every 5 minutes, I gotta always puff my chest up when I walk up to the door to knock and ask for my money that you owe me, right? Because you standing around all these gangsters and all these killers, and now I gotta come up here and show you, man, I'm not that one. So now I gotta be all out of character, and I'm normally a laugh-go-lucky, happy dude, and now I gotta come in here looking like I'm in a damn old ass Eazy-E NWA video, my face all twisted up, just to get my money. You know what I'm saying? So I got so sick of that, and I got so sick of having to take my firearm with me just to go get my rent. Every single time. See, every time a pipe busts, I gotta lay down in the juices and fix the pipe. Every time the furnace go out, I gotta go in there and fix the furnace. Because you ain't about to be hiring no plumbers and electricians and stuff in this mug when you only bringing in $500 on rent. For the plumber or the electrician to show up, they want $500 just to come to your house. So I was like doing everything myself. So every 5 minutes, my boyfriend broke the window out, and now it's so cold in here. It's February, snow coming in the window. Mr. Led, can you come and fix the window? Because my baby daddy broke the window out. I got to get up at 3 in the morning and go over here and remember, back then, stuff didn't stay open 24 hours a day. So I got to figure out what's in my garage to go over here and board up my damn window over this house because she got some goofy-ass boyfriend that she put out because he was cheating with her sister and they sleeping together. She found out, put him out, and now he over there harassing my house. I'm sorry. Woo. I had to calm down, y'all. Cause I'm sweating, I'm all hot. It ain't even hot in here. I'm all hot because I promise you. I'm sorry. I went back in time there for a minute. I don't even know everything I said. I hope I told y'all everything. I will never do that again. I don't want to deal with that kind of stuff. The squatters, the non-payment, the threats, and then they know where you live, so your car tires keep getting slashed, your windows keep getting busted out. And again, everybody think that I'm just talking about hood folks and renting out to hood folks. No, the people with money is worse. The people with money is worse, man. Because they're the ones, they ain't coming to you like, what you want to do, homeboy? Then I can handle that. I can handle that confrontation. But couldn't stand as a landlord the entitlement of the ones with money. You can't do that. By the law, it states that you need to. That don't got nothing to do with you or the situation. Well, you can't put me out because I have a child. I got 2 children. So what? What are you saying? I got a baby. So I got 2 of them. Well, what are we supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Every time they would hit me with that bullshit, I would hit them with the same questions that they hit me with. Where are we supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? If you ain't paying me my rent, where I can't pay my bills, where are me and my children supposed to go? Where are me and my wife supposed to go? Well, what are we going to do? That's a question you need to ask you and your baby daddy. That's none of my concern. Now, you would think by hearing my testimony that, damn, Led ain't got no heart. I do have a heart. I don't have a heart for thieves and liars and evildoers, though. Listen, remorse on 0. My remorse is on 0, and you would think I'm cruel by some of the stuff I do and say, but when you try to trick me up, meaning you think that I'm balling, so you don't care about how I'm living. You don't care about my kids. You don't care about my living situation. You don't care about my bills. That's why you ain't paying. So what you want me to do? You want me to care? You want me to care and have feelings and remorse for you, your baby daddy, and your child? You don't care about mine? So how is it flipped? How can we just flip that on the other spectrum and say, what about me? You can't, what? Well, because I own this building? Me owning this building don't mean anything if I ain't making no money on it. So that's a couple of my squatter stories. I'll tell you more because this squatter stuff ain't out of my system yet. But you don't realize this is why this was so personal to me, this case. Because that woman, the homeowner, in that case that I talked about in the beginning of the video, as she started crying, I felt her pain. Because she still owes money on her house. Now, my houses were bought with cash, right? Because I bought a couple old dilapidated houses that I fixed up. But her home she's still paying the mortgage on her home. And they asked her, how much is you having to pay the bank? Like, what was it, like $5,000? No, I'm sorry. That's another news story. That's another news story. Don't quote me on that. But my point is, this woman still got to pay on this house. She making payments out of her pocket now. Not only is she not making a profit off a rental, being a rental unit, how much money has she lost in 7 months? How many times could she have rented that Airbnb out? How many times and how much money could she have made in 7 months off of Airbnb on an average in that nice area? Then you turn around and how much money did she also lose because she coming out of her pocket to pay the bank the mortgage on that property? Then you got to talk about how much money did she lose at her job because she's spending more time and money coming down here trying to get you out of her property than she is at work trying to earn a living. Then you got to talk about some how much money and food did you take out of her own family and her own children's mouths trying to deal with you. See, I say sue her until she changes her name legally to Sue. I promise you. Sue her until she has to legally change her name to Sue. Suzanne. Because that's some bullshit. And if the laws don't change, y'all people ain't gonna keep on taking it. People ain't gonna keep on taking it, man. People ain't gonna keep running to the police. People gonna start handling it themselves. And it's gonna be a whole bunch of first 48 new episodes coming out next season. Y'all better stop playing with people's lives and their money like that, man. And then I heard it's another dude just right after that did the exact same thing. Man, look, I ain't leaving nothing empty, son. I'm not leaving anything empty. Because people can just, you know what they should call the law? Goldilocks. The Goldilocks law. Bullshit. Look, what a quaint little cabin. Remember Goldilocks? Say, this is why I keep buying land and selling, not renting to anyone. What a quaint little cabin. I guess I'll go inside. Ooh, look at the little chairs. There are only 3 of them. Ooh, 3 little beds. Guess I'll take a nap. Ooh, 3 sandwiches in the refrigerator. Guess I'll eat one. And some porridge. Goldilocks was a squatter. I don't care how you look at it. If you think about it, Goldilocks was a squatter, and the Big Bad Wolf was doing breaking and enterings. Big Bad Wolf was doing B&Es. Goldilocks is a squatter. You in here housing in people's house while they gone. Goldilocks, she sat in a little chair and broke it. She went in their little food, their little pantry, got her some porridge, ate the damn kids. She ate the baby's food. She ate the porridge up, you know. She sat back, picked her teeth, and said, you know what, I think I'm going to take a nap. You went in there and laid in the little baby bed, got you a good sleep in. You want to take a nap in somebody else's house. Goldilocks is a squatter. She got in there by the squatter law. Look, but here's the thing about Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. What I tell you about the rules don't apply the same way in rural wooded areas. The rules don't apply to squatters in rural wooded areas. See, the 3 Bears, they didn't call the police. They came in the house and said, somebody been sitting in my chair and they broke it. Somebody done messed around and ate up all the damn porridge out the refrigerator. Kind of crap is this? Who does this? Somebody got the rug all muddy. Hey, come in here. Somebody in the bed. Somebody sleep in the bed. Who is it? Okay. When the Bears found Goldilocks, the PG version of that is then Goldilocks jumped out the window and ran far, 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 far away. But when I was a kid, that wasn't the Goldilocks story that I read. Now, you got one of them little tiny Peter Pan records on the Peter Pan record while you read the book, while you listen to the little record player, little 45, remember that? So we'll be listening to the record player, me and my sister, and you turn the page when it's a boop, turn the page, and Goldilocks ran far, 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 far away, never to be seen again by the 3 Bears. That's what the Peter Pan record said. Okay, but the book that my mama read me was when the 3 Bears came home, they wasn't like, Mommy, somebody was sleeping in my bed and they still here. Nope, wrong. The story that my mama read me was when the Bears got home, they pissed off. Somebody done ate up all the porch. They ain't here tearing the club up, breaking chairs and whatnot. Oh, here she go. Ay. Shook her like a rag doll. Nothing left. So now, since she done messed around, ate up all the porridge, right? They came in. Now they sitting there picking their teeth, rubbing their bellies. You know, Goldilocks tastes a whole bunch better than that doggone porridge. We got to get us another one now. That's the story. How many people are my age and older that remember the original Goldilocks story? The original Goldilocks story didn't end like a Disney record. The real one was carnage. Okay, it was gruesome. Like little kids ain't supposed to be listening to this or something. Okay. Goldilocks was a squatter, son. And out there in the middle of the woods, the bears handle it like they live in the middle of the woods. You know, they didn't call police. They ain't call sheriff. Right? So, that's my take on this whole episode. Say, so the squatter sold the story into law. Man, look. So right there, y'all, I just wanted to come in here and talk about this squatting situation where I'm glad the homeowner was vindicated. I'm glad that she won the case. I'm glad that now they asked her, they said, are you going to evict her? The homeowner said, right now. She didn't even wait for the reporter to finish asking the question. Are you going to evict her? She said, right now, right now. Like I'm doing this today. Hell yeah. I'm not going to give her another chance to go back in. So now they ask, would you be suing? I would have answered that the same way. Hell yeah, I'm suing. I'm going to sue her until she legally has to change her name to Sue. I'm going to sue her for everything. All the pain that she caused me over all these 7 months. I got to have that back. And you know what's the funny part about this? Before I go, I need to let you guys know the funny part about that whole story. All they did was put her out. She didn't go to jail. She didn't go to prison. She clearly rearranged this woman's whole house, redecorated it, painted, changed the carpets, everything, had a business, illegal business going on inside the house. But all she got was put out. That woman should be in jail. That woman should be in jail, man. 7 months. I can see 30 days. 30 days to 60 days, put them out. 7 months? That's jail time, man. Because you took full advantage of an innocent person. That woman now, she's not a landlord, she's a victim. And it's a lot of victims out here. And I stand as an advocate for all the landlords out here, the real landlords that just trying to help other people and make a couple of dollars on the side. I stand beside them because I was that person. And I'm glad things work out the way they worked out for me, or I would be in jail for arson and the attempted deletion of human life. Right? So that's it, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all know before, and I've been saying this again for years, and nobody be feeling me about that community bullshit. Oh, we should start a community. We should all chip in on some land and blah and blah. I'll be like, nope, no. I've been saying it for years. Listen, I mean probably over 8 years. I've been telling people, do not do that stupid shit. You want to start a community with a bunch of like-minded people and a lot of friends and family. Everybody want to chip in on the land. That's great. Again, I'm going to say this, and I've been saying this for like 8 years. Here's the problems you're going to run into. Everybody chipped into the land. right? Chipped in on this land. Y'all built a community and built this whole thing. Which part of that land belongs to that person that chipped in? You chipped in 100,000. Which part of the land is yours? Oh, it belongs to all of us. Does it? Okay. If I chipped in 100,000 and all the land belongs to all of us that chipped in, you put in 100,000, he put in 20,000. Which part of the land is his? Oh, all the land is ours. Everybody owns the land. Okay, okay. All right. Then who gets the high ground where it's nice and flat and hilly and open? And who is down there close to the swamp by the bog and the frogs and the snakes and the water, which got to end up building their living quarters elevated because of the moisture. So who gets that part? Who gets the high land? Who gets the wooded land? Well, he put in 100,000. So we would, so now it's not all of our land anymore. It's who chipped in the most that gets the premium piece of the land. Now let's go to another one because I had this years ago. Well, we're building a community where there will be no individual kind of structures like that. We're going to build like a town center, and then it's going to be this, and the town center will be built on the main big rock of the place. Okay, okay. Who's in charge of that? See, when you start having to put people in ranks, stuff get a little fishy. Stuff starts stinking. And I've been saying this for years, man. So, okay, here's one for you right here. I got a perfect example that I pulled out years ago. Get this. Let's just say you don't want to be part of this community anymore. You want to buy your share out. When you leave this community, you and your family, you ready to go? Is anybody giving you any money back? You done chipped in 20,000. Is you getting any of that money back? Okay. No. Here's the worst part. Can you sell your investment? You invested $20,000 for all of y'all in this community to buy this land. Can you sell that off to get something back in return and give it to somebody else? No, you don't belong. It don't belong to you. So to me, which I've been telling people for years, yeah, that's all kumbaya bullshit that sounds great, sounds sweet. Oh, we all believe in this, or this is our religion, or this is we all like-minded. But being like-minded does not change rules, laws, and regulations of land ownership. I don't care how much you love people. I don't care how much you like them. I don't care. Family, friend, or foe. When they all moved on the same land, the first thing that you have to do is divvy it out. Who owns what? And if you put all of this land under one trust or one LLC, whatever, who runs that? Who's the operator of that? There is always a owner operator of whatever situation you about to do. And people keep pretending that don't exist. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna talk out the side of my mouth here, okay, a little bit. There is a situation like that have been fueled going on for, I say about, it's been solid 2 strong years, but it's been going on longer than that, okay? There is this community that I'm aware of, and I'm sure some of y'all are too, that the exact same thing that I've been talking about for years have finally came to fruition, where all of these people chipped in on this land to build a like-minded community of their belief in whatever they believe in. Everybody chipped in on this land. But see, one thing that you can never change is human nature. You can't change human nature. You may want to revert to getting higher to God and getting higher to the religion or whatever, but sometimes your old you kind of sneak out. Don't matter. Don't matter. If you was a womanizer, you're going to be a womanizer, you just not as much. If you was a thief, you're going to be a thief, just not as much. It's going to every blue moon poke his ugly head out. There's this community that I'm aware of where all these people are starting to break with this so-called all like-minded community because they figured out that they don't own anything. You don't own any stakes in this land, all these acres that you bought in all these different states. The people that actually is sitting there doing all the work don't own anything. The only person that's bringing in any profitability uh, out of all of this is one man. There is only one man with everything in his name. Everything is in his name only. Every time they build a new house, that's his. He built a new house and he say, hey, y'all can live in this house. He built a community center. This the new community center. He built every 5 minutes, he off buying trucks, cars, motorcycles, clothes, firearms, blah, 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 blah. His. Now, all the people that's working for this person to make all this money on this community, they get an allowance. Say you get $40 a week, whatever it is. Don't quote me on that, okay? Don't quote me. But we gonna give you an allowance every week for you and your family, you, your 2 kids, and your wife. You get an allowance. Wait a minute. Why are you only giving me $100 a week to tend to my family? We help you build the community house. We help you build brother such a house, sister such a house, all these homes and this. We helped you build all these structures. But how am I only getting like $50, $100 a week in allowance for this situation? Now, normally, that ain't so bad. You ain't got to pay for housing. You ain't got to pay for lights, gas, water, nothing. It's understandable, kind of. But here's the problem. Outside of this community, I got a job. I go to my job 8 hours a day or more, and I come back and I give you my whole check because you the boss. I give you my whole check. So out of that $800 paycheck that I gave you, you giving me $100 a week. I make $800 a week, gave you $700 of my money, and you gave me $100 back as an allowance. So, but at the same time, I'm barely scraping by with just the bare essentials to feed my children and my wife. But you just bought a brand new motorcycle. $27,000, $18,000 motorcycle. You just bought a brand new pickup truck. You just bought a brand new SUV. This is a serious situation. This is real. What I'm telling you right now is real. It's several of those in operation right now. Wait a minute. You got the nicest clothes, the newest firearms, the nicest motorcycles, the nicest trucks. Every 5 minutes you buying a new car, a new truck. It ain't making no sense. You ain't got no job. How are you buying all this stuff to basically be fronting? But you ain't got no job. All the rest of the people in this community go to work every day. You say your work is to guide them. I don't get it. So, when you leave this community, this so-called community, which a lot of people have broken away from these so-called communities, you leave with the shirt on your back. You don't own anything. Every piece of land that individual invested in his name with y'all money is his. You don't own anything. There is nothing. Y'all might have bought 100 acres. You can't leave none of that to your children. Y'all may have bought 200 acres. There is nothing that you can leave to your children, children. As much as that is always regurgitated out of some of those communities' mouths. Imagine that. So when people tell me about purchasing land and starting these community, you better remember, you do it the legal way or don't do it at all. I had a whole situation years ago. Yeah, like a crowdfunding group, kind of like that. Had a situation years ago where one of those communities, they was starting up, and people knew I knew about real estate, and they know I dealt with it. And I have never been a realtor, but I've owned a lot of property. I ain't gonna say a lot of property. I've owned enough property to know the ins and outs of it. So when people ask me, Led, this was years ago on here on YouTube. Led, I'm about to invest in this gentleman he's starting a community in such and such state, and he is however you want to pay. Do you think that's a good idea? Now, this is the reason normally stuff ain't none of my damn business. But this is why I told the person no. Because he was a friend of mine. I thought he had right better sense than that. Like, I had to ask him, man, look, homie, why is you asking me something that doggone stupid? I thought you was a little slicker than that. Nope, he ain't. So he asked me, was this a good idea? Because he was thinking about investing. Because he was into that like-mindedness that those people believed in, right? So I said, hell no, that's not a good idea. I said, do me a favor. If this person is going to start and y'all going to be living on this land or whatever, right? Ask that person, what part of the land is theirs? Is yours, rather. What part is yours once you make your investment? Then I want you to turn around and say, okay, it's going to be a community or whatever, and they talk about building a school. Tell them where's the school at and where's the dwellings at before you purchase. Because you would like to see the dwellings, you would like to see the land, you would like to see the layout of the land, you would like to know where the land is, you would like to go see. And if they can't answer those simple questions, no. Now, here was another red flag. I said, so how are y'all supposed to be paying for said land? Well, they said anything. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, write a check, whatever you want to do. If somebody tell you that you can Cash App them for some land. Now, this was years ago when all this stuff was new. All that PayPal and Venmoing and stuff, all that was fairly new too. You mean to tell me you still wondering why you should or shouldn't do this? When all you're going to do is give a person some money for some land that you have not seen, that they said you're going to be part of this community, but everything is going to be in their name, and then they're laying down laws, rules, and regulations on why you ain't going to be able to do. You can't bring your friends to the land. You can't bring your family to the land. All of that's closed off. And you're asking me why this is or is not a good idea. It's nothing to talk about here. Number one, you need to grow up and learn you a whole grown-ass man on how to handle situations like this. You got a wife and children. You should be able to make better decisions than that. You mean to tell me ain't no lawyers involved? Nothing. Nothing. So there's a lot of communities like that. And every time somebody asks me, is that a good idea? Good luck to you. There's none of my business. If you ain't smart enough to figure out, this is a bare bones scam. This ain't even an intricate scam. Leave me alone. That shit put me through hell. Because I had to sit there and fight tooth and nail. And the only thing that saved me out of that whole argument with that other individual was the truth. Go look at the laws. You don't got to fight me tooth and nail about it. Go look at the rules and the laws. If you get this man all your money, he buy up all the land and he buy 30 acres or something, that's his 30 acres. The only way you get anything out of it, if he say, hey, for you, I'm going to give you half an acre over there on the east side. I'm gonna give you a quarter acre over there on the east wing, on the west wing over there. If he ain't doing that and parceling that 30 acres out to all the investors that invested in this land, you don't have anything, right? Uh, you don't have anything. So when it's time for you, say, I don't want to do this no more, I'm ready to go. He gonna say, well, get your and go. Well, I was wondering if we could get our money. No. I was wondering how much of this land is out. No. I was wondering if I could leave a piece of this land to my son. No. You're investing in a whole nother man's dream. So people think that when you start these communities, that it's so easy and simple. We gonna all sit around and smoke a peace pipe and kumbaya all day. Now, on the flip side of that, on the flip side, let's say you bring all these people into your community. They all like-minded and everything. You can't put them off your land. If they've been staying there in a dwelling, a mobile dwelling for a period of time, you're gonna have to call the law. Now, this is on the flip side of that. If they don't feel like going, if you don't like them, you want them to leave your community, they don't have to leave. And they can prove that they paid to be here with that check stub. Let me see. Says, if it ain't no contract or survey to split the land, you don't own anything. Amen. And that's why everybody think I'm so mean and cruel when I be like, nope, don't talk community like that to me. Not like that. No, absolutely not. Because it don't work. And look, and I can prove how it don't work. Because look at human nature. Look at human nature, man. We don't even like each other because of the color our skin is. We can't even get along with what's right and wrong politically. We can't even come to an agreement that certain things is just wrong, right? So you mean to tell me you're gonna throw all of that on mankind ain't even came up with a way to just be coexist? You mean to tell me now you want to force your way to live with them? Don't work, man. It's hard enough in a marriage. It's hard enough in a loving relationship to live with somebody and coexist and make things always work and make all the pistons fire on all cylinders. That's hard enough. Can you imagine doing that with about 20, 30, or 50 people? Shit. Huh. And you trying to talk to a bunch of grown-ass people like they children. Hey, didn't I ask you to go down there? Your job today was to go and get the water and bring it back up to the camp. And I didn't feel good. Well, now we all gonna go thirsty because you didn't feel good today. You talking to grown-ass people like children. Because everybody in those communities be having chores. And if you can't perform your chores for some reason, the other people looking at you like, why she ain't got to do her chores? I got to do my chores. I don't feel good. And see what, man, I done seen it. And right now, I will say this. There are right now several active communities out there that everything I just said is happening to those communities right now. And over the last good 2 years or so, it's been bloodshed. It's been blood on the dance floor about who right, who wrong, who lying, who telling the truth, who land belonged to who bought the land, who didn't. It's awful. And now you're starting to see this community break apart. Like they starting to fracture and faction off into groups, little smaller groups, whispering behind each other's backs about who got what, who land is what, who did the most work, who did the least amount of work. Them communities is right here on this platform. Easy to find. And all they do, their whole storyline is bitching at one another, beefing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And all you had to do listen, I'm gonna say this, because I ain't in nobody business. I just watch, I observe, and I analyze, and I let it go, because ain't none of my business. But I will say this. You can believe in God by yourself. Let me tell you something, huh? You can worship the Almighty Father by yourself. You do not need a whole community of people to read the scriptures. You do not need 50 people around you to give God his praise. You do not need all of these people. Guess what? You ain't got to be like-minded with nobody. We don't got to be like-minded about anything. Now, if I'm reading the scripture, say we're like-minded, but say I'm by myself, if I'm reading the scripture and I don't quite understand this passage here, I'm going to come over and ask you, can you give me your take on this scripture here? But I will leave my land, go to your land, sit at your table, and we can discuss this. And then when we're done, I can leave and go back to my land. We don't got to all be living on the same land and you be in charge of the way I eat and function just because we believe in the same higher power. That, man, miss me with that. So you're telling me a whole man, grown-ass man, is going to control how I function? No, that don't even make no sense. Thank you for that, Black Mama said you are telling the truth. Thank you for that. I appreciate it because it's the truth. The truth is the truth. And you want to know something else? Which again, I can't tell people what to do because I'm nobody. I'm nobody. But again, I sit back and watch. And this is what this is what nobody could ever make sense to me in the last 10 years because I've been offered to be in part of this group. And I said, absolutely not. They said, but it's an honor, brother, to be. No, it's not. It's not an honor to me to be told what to do. What the hell is it? I don't care if we believe in the same thing or not. It is not an honor for me, a grown man with a wife and children and a family, to be being told what to do by another grown-ass man. I didn't say take advice from. I said be being told what to do. Don't put that name in here, please. Don't put nobody's name in here. I'm gonna bring it back, but don't put nobody's name in here. Okay, say you should praise God alone. Bible say, forsake not the assembly yourself together. So this was my biggest point all the way back 10 years ago. That's okay. You good. You good. I don't want nobody thinking that I'm talking about them. Okay, because there's several communities like this here. So I don't want to pinpoint one or the other. So they think I'm not. It's a bunch of them here. But here's my problem. See, you know why you thought that? You know why you thought it was those people? Because all of the situations sound exactly the same. You want to know something crazy? Well, what's your name again? Let me find you. Johnny J. Guess what? I wasn't even talking about them. Thank you, Whole and Rooted. Say, Uncle Led, you must have answered something I've been working through. Oh, no problem. Oh, no problem at all. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. I mean that from my heart. Let me tell you something. This is where I had a problem years ago when people wanted me to join this this community. My problem, whether we be say, let's just say we believe in the same thing, which we don't, but let's just say we believe in the same thing, in the same I don't know, spirituality, if you will. I don't need a master. I do not need a master. I'm a whole grown ass man. Right? So this is what I couldn't, it didn't add up to me, where people was trying to make it make sense to me, and I still was failing to understand, and then here you go 10 years later, you still can't make this shit make sense to me. Why, if I make $1,200 a week on my job, why am I giving this one man $1,100? No, let me back it up. Why am I giving this one man $1,200 of my hard-earned money from me working at my job every day, and then once a week he gives me $100 to take care of me, my wife, my two children, because he's basically giving all of us $25 for the week. And he said it's that low because we built you a shelter, we got you some water, you got some solar power, hey, you living basically for free, so you don't need your money. What? What? You living with me on my land, so you don't need your money. Now, this is how they were explaining this to me. And this certain individual kept coming to me, and I kept saying, listen, brother, listen, I ain't got nothing bad against him. Matter of fact, me and this dude still friends to this day. It's a long story. I ain't got no problem with you. I ain't got no problem with them. I ain't got no problem with him. But what you need to do, if you want me to have anything to do with any of that, I would love for you to explain to me what sense do it make that I give this one individual all of my hard-earned money and then move on his land. So if anything goes awry and I feel like leaving, I leave with nothing. That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, because the spirit moves you to the point of it will keep us all in harmony. I see, don't hit me with none of that kumbaya bullshit. Let's talk business. Don't hit me with none of that kumbaya bullshit, man. Let's talk business. If I'm ready to go, but we never ready to go because the spirit of Yah moves us blippity blop. No. See, that's your spiritual side. It's like a frosted mini wheat, huh? Frosted mini wheat got the sweet side, it got the crunchy side. So people is the same way. The spiritual side is like, oh, kumbaya, brother. Okay, but then the hood come out of you sometime. Okay. So it ain't gonna always, this frosted mini wheat situation ain't gonna always be on the sweet side. Every blue moon, some hood stuff got to happen. So, no. Okay, now explain to me, brother, how is it making sense? Now, let me this, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I told this brother. If I'm bringing and giving this man $1,200 a week for 30 days, that's $4,800. Stick with me. If I did that for 2 months, what is that? $8,000. If I did that for 3 months, it's almost 3 grand. I mean, 12 grand. So, if I'm giving this man $1,200 a week, my whole check, and he give me $100 back to survive, I could have bought my own land With the amount of money that I'm giving this man, I could have purchased my own acreage and built my own infrastructure on my own land with my own money. The land is in my name. I run stuff here. My rules stay or go. Now, here's the other thing about that. This is no disrespect. Yes, I'm serious. This is real. This is all over YouTube, man. Go look. Look, these communities, man. Now look, dig it. It makes no sense. So no, and this is no disrespect to none of these communities in this way. I'm saying this. I'm just trying to put some sense to it, right? Because this is how I feel. Right now, I have a group of people. I have a community. I am part of a community, right? My camping community. And every so often, we meet up and we hang out. We tell stories. We have a good time. We barbecue, we dance, and we have a good time. Okay? And after it's over, we all go to our own homes. So, even though I'm the founder of the group, I'm not telling no grown-ass people what to do. I can't make, hey, don't light no fires for the camp until 9 p.m. None of that. Oh, you can't be eating roast beef. You can only eat fish. I can't tell no grown-ass people what to do, because guess what? I'm over here. This is how I live at my camp. That's how you live at your camp. You like blow-up tents. You like erecting a tent. Hey, you like canvas tents. No dictatorship. My point is, you can belong to a community and not be ruled by said community. See what I'm saying? You can be part of a community and own your own land. I don't see a problem with that. Like, why can I not be part of this community if I own my own land? Hey, let's just say, hey, I believe in what you believe in. Hey, we right here with our beliefs and our spirituality and our religious beliefs or whatever. Hey, we right here. I just don't want to live with you, though. I don't want to live with you. I don't want to live by you. I don't want to live under you. I don't want to live under your rule, laws, or regulations. So we can chop it up and we can come together as a community. But at the end of the day, hey, you go to your land, I go to my land, she go to her land. That way, ain't nobody being told what to do. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take a book out of the Amish. And I know y'all ain't gonna like this, but it's the real. I don't like giving them this kind of credit because I don't like giving them this kind of credit. Everybody always talk about do what the Amish do. I don't never say that. It's a reason why I don't never say follow what the Amish do. It's a reason why. It's because everybody keep thinking the Amish created the way they live. They didn't. And I'm going to leave that right there. I'm going to leave that right there, okay? And that's why they still doing it. I give them that credit. But I ain't giving them the credit of we need to follow them. No, we don't. No, we don't. Let me see. So, but I'm going to take a page out of that lifestyle. That's what I'm going to say. And that page is, they have a town center. They have a main meeting place where they meet every day in the center. Okay, like the food court in the mall. Okay, they have a center. But you over Ezekiel, you over on your land. Hezekiah, you over on your land. Uh, Randolph, you over on your land. But we need your help to come help us erect this structure. We're building a barn or we're building a new home. We need everybody to come from their land and help us on our land today. Same community, but they live in different places. So they come. I used to live in Ohio, and if you live in Ohio, let me see, parts of Kentucky, and I'm just talking about from my experience. Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, Michigan. If you're in any parts of those, you literally live shoulder to shoulder with the Amish. So seeing little horses and buggies and stuff is not, you don't think twice about it living in Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, parts of New York, stuff that I know. I can't speak everywhere in the world, but this is how I was raised. I see them everywhere. One thing I do know, they all, you can't drive up 75 north and 75 south to a certain point and not see Pennsylvania. You can't not see them, okay? One thing about them, or their lifestyle, when it's time to get some work done, they come from all around. Some come from Illinois, some come from New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. They all drive them little buggies all the way to one spot and say, we're going to build a barn. They all live in different pieces of land somewhere. But send out the message that we're raising a barn next week. All of them come from all around, and they have you start seeing a bunch of them little horse and buggies like honeybees on lilies. They come from everywhere. They build them a barn, build them a house, dig them a well, and then all them people go back to their land. They stay on that land for a certain amount of time, helping them erect that stuff, dig a well, blah, blah, blah. Once they done, they all disperse and go back to their land. No harm, no foul. So to me, the reason why I say I don't believe in these so-called communities where you got to give a whole nother grown-ass man your money is because why can't you just own your own stuff and then turn around and when that man wants some help and y'all all really is in this community, hey, he call on you, hey, brother, look, we building this community center over here for the children, a children's church or something. We're going to need y'all help. No problem, brother. We on our way. We'll be there. When is you starting? Oh, we're going to get it started next Monday. Cool. We'll be there. Do you need me to bring anything? Just bring your tools and some beer. Okay. What's wrong with that? Why do you got to be told what to do by another grown man? I don't understand it. I ain't got no smoke with nobody or for nobody, but back in the day when they wanted me to join this group, I to this day I still don't, you still can't make me understand that bullshit. You can't make me understand that. And again, it's no disrespect to those groups or those groups' leaders. My point is, I still don't understand. And I know what they're going to say. Because back in the day, this certain person said, oh, that's just because your belief, your belief, you don't believe strong enough. Believe in what? You don't believe in Yah strong enough. That don't got nothing to do. My belief in the Most High ain't got nothing to do with where my money about to go. My belief is in the Lord. My belief is not in your master. I think he's a fraud. I think he's a joke. Period. It's not my belief in the Most High is not strong enough. My thing is my belief in the Most High is so strong that I'm not falling for this delusion. Y'all fell for that. So your belief ain't strong enough. You mean to tell me you could not discern whether this made sense or not? You just going wholeheartedly and saying, oh, it must be of Yah. No, sir. No, sir. True story. I'm going to make this shorter. Get this. Years later, just say a couple years after I had this conversation with this one gentleman, we still friends to this day. We don't talk back and forth, but we still cool, you know. He broke away from that group. He broke away from that group. And after he broke away from that group, now he was the one trying to recruit me. But after he broke away from that group, he was bitter for a long time. And I never told him nothing. I never said, see, I told you. I didn't do that to him. Nothing. All I was like, good for you, bro. Good for you. Good for you and your 3 wives. Good for you. Good for you. And over the years, I started seeing people breaking off from this group and then starting their own YouTube channels and talking about that community. It's so many of those. See, when you get into this and you go and look deep and see all these people talking, they're all from these same couple of communities on YouTube. They're just broken off fractured pieces off these couple of major groups. But they're all where they used to be all one and the same. And they want to be part of it. I don't want to be part of that, man. I don't want no grown man telling me what to do. This gentleman can't do nothing I can't do. And that's the part. You're not smarter than me. You're not better than me. You're not stronger than me. If I had enough dumb people to believe me too. Listen, if I had people in some kind of mind control where I made you believe everything I said was the gospel, I could do everything you're doing. I could acquire everything you have acquired. I could build as much as you can build. I can buy as much land as you can buy. But the thing is, man, are you willing to sacrifice other people's soul and spirit so you can better yourself? I'm not that kind of guy. If I'm gonna make a come up, I'm gonna do it on it's gonna be on me. Now, if people want to help me with my quest, great. But I'm not gonna hold people hostage and trying to make people build this dream that I got in my head, and they're gonna be the fuel to my dream. I'm not that kind of dude, man. And I'm gonna get it how I live. I'm gonna get it on my own. You know what I mean? And if you want to help me or whatever, hey, cool. So again, I know this went a little long, way longer than I thought. Um, uh, uh, Carla says, I would never share my husband with 3 or 4 women. That's crazy and nasty as hell. Don't put that opinion out there. Don't put that opinion out there. Don't put that opinion out there. Listen, this video about to take a stupid turn. And this, you say, man, you saving us time and money with these stories. This is real life, my real life that I'm telling you here. Everything I'm telling you is my actual real life experiences. just recently about these communities over the last 10 to 8 years or so. True story. If I was a name dropper, I would tell you everybody that was included and take you straight to all their channels. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not that kind of person. I don't do that. I don't name drop like that and try to dish people. That ain't me. I'm just telling you my story, so hopefully it'll help you someday. I don't need to drop no names to tell you this horrifying, horrific story. But now Carla said, somebody said, "Don't do it, huh?" That's what you was talking about. About don't start talking about them wives. J Dub Q Dub said, "Don't do it, huh?" Should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it? I'm gonna give a poll. I'm gonna give a poll. I'm gonna give a poll. Okay. It's just a question now. I want to know now. Y'all done got me fired up. We don't went from squatting to politics to okay. Okay. Carla says, "Yep, they all sharing women, Jim. And don't put Jim Jones in that. Don't put Jim Jones in that. What is it called? Polygyny or polygamy? The belief in, having several spouses. Do Is that it? Am I pronounced? Is it polygyny or polygamy? Because I don't want to keep on saying the wrong thing because I'm just dipping my toe in the water. I ain't about to swim, okay? Queen Shades is if he can care for them all, okay? So it ain't adultery. It's not. And wait a minute. Your name is Proverbs 31 woman. You should know better than that. One if they have many women, one if they have many women, one if they have many men. Okay, well correct me for many women, because that's all I don't know no women's with a whole bunch of men's. Jim said one woman, one man. Think it's polygamy if male with females. Okay. Proverbs 31 woman. I'm not about to twist anything. I'm just asking questions. I'm just ask don't do me like that, okay? I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking. So how many ribs did God take from Adam? Okay, good question. I don't want to talk about Christianity. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Here come people. Oh, here come the super Christians. Don't do that to me. Okay. Okay, Proverbs 31 woman. Okay. One woman, one man. Okay. Polygyny, one man. Polygyny. One woman, one man, multiple women. Polygyny is what we talking about. Okay. Polygyny. Okay, so that's one man, multiple wives. Okay, so we're just going to talk about polygyny. And the only question, don't put me in this, okay? I'm just bringing up the conversation. Do you believe in polygyny? One man, multiple wives. Do you believe in that? Do you think it's right? I'm just asking. I don't partake. I'm asking, I'm curious. Queen says no. Child of Yah says no. Sonia says no. Proverbs, I know you was gonna say no. Uh there says no and no. Damn, I want to say everybody name because it's a bunch of no's on here. The Real says no and no. Rim says no. Cynthia, no. Mary says no. Patient Saint said it will only be right in the kingdom, not now. Chef Handyman, no and no. Lena, that's incorrect. What's incorrect? Polygyny is incorrect. Are you saying? JM says no. Judy says no, it's not right. Sean says absolutely not. Tamika Wells says depends. Uh, Devora says no. No other says yes, I believe, but couldn't do it myself. Ben says sounds like. Come on, let's be. We talking about some grown folk stuff, okay? I know. I'm gonna take that down. Please don't speak in caps. I can see you. Please don't speak in caps. Michelle says no. Carla says no. In America, no. It shouldn't matter. Uh, Latoya says yes. What? One person says yes. J3 says it's hard to handle just one. That don't go for everybody. Whole and Rooted says no. Deanne says no, no. Lena, no. Red Carpet, no, I don't. John, come on, man. Cut. I gotta let you go, bro. I told you to cut that out. We talking about grown folks stuff, okay? Especially this subject. I don't want to be playing no games with it. R Max is not sure. Lena says yes. That's what I'm saying. Oh man. Let me see. Okay. You good, Christopher. I can read you, brother. I can see what you're writing. I can see what you're writing. Queen says, I feel it could work. I think it's a type of ownership when one try to own another. No, you don't own anybody. I'm just saying, let's talk about it real. You ain't owning nobody. Carla says women can't get along in the workplace. That is sexist. That's sexist, even if that's your stereotypical belief. You can't put your stereotypical belief on everything. Okay? That's in the workplace. That don't got nothing to do with being at the house. Tamika will say some animals do. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Others don't and can't. Yeah. Say if your aunt, what's your name? I can't read your name. Amina's place. If your ancestors came from the African continent, many of those society practice polygyny. I appreciate the knowledge you're giving out is our opening. Thank you. Let me see. Yes, only if everyone is on the same page, but me personally, no, because I can't share my man. Okay, now that's understandable, y'all. If you can't do it, it's understandable. No, and you say it's selfish? Selfish of whom, Queen? It's selfish of the man to take care of all of these women? Karen says, no, it's a hot mess in the making. Okay. Proverbs is historical, but no, history says it doesn't work. Women have to be subservient or less than for it to work. Abuse and mistreatment, that doesn't work for everybody. This is why I'm asking. To share a man is selfish? To share a man is selfish? I don't understand that. That don't even make any sense to me. To share your man is selfish, or are you saying the man? I don't understand what you're saying. We ain't talking about Amish people. If he's Jenny says if he's crazy enough to bring home more wives than he is prepared for me to bring home extra husband, somebody's gonna get jealous eventually. It depends. It depends. Male perspective, everyone is happy. Reality is everyone is not happy. Proverbs. Proverbs. You know all the people I've been talking about. And Proverbs 31 woman, are you the same sister that I've been knowing for like 8 to 10 years? Are you the same? Because there's a lot of Proverbs 31 women. Are you the same sister? Victor says, I appreciate the knowledge, very eye opening. There are different groups. I must be radical than the other. No, you Proverbs 31 woman, you would know if you've been on my channel for over 8 years. Have you ever emailed me? Victor says, one man, one wife under God. Okay. Okay, so you have been with me all these years. So you definitely know all of the people that I'm referring to, all of the groups, all of the communities. You know everything. You've been here. You know those people. You know. Say, I may have when I was on often. Right. You stopped. I remember. Yeah, you are. You the one. You the one. You because we had some crazy stuff go on with me and you back in the day, some misunderstandings until we worked it out. I know who you are. I know who you are. So you know everything I'm talking about. You've been in the middle of a lot of this crazy stuff. Okay. Not in the middle, but you know. You were aware. Okay. So you may also know, I know several people on a personal level that they practice polygyny and it works out just fine. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not getting into religion and I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, all right, let's we gonna dig deep. Doggone it, we digging deep. Okay. You ask, could a man have multiple women? I would love to see how the poll would do the family feels about women with multiple husbands. We're gonna take that poll just for you, Queen. But right now we're just sticking with polygyny. Okay? This is my take on it. This is just my take. Okay? Now this doesn't have anything necessarily to do with religions or your beliefs or anything like that. Uh Now being married to them all, that's where things start taking a turn. Okay. Um in a way, I do not partake, nor am I interested but I understand it. I understand it. I do. And the reason why I do understand it is because it's so many more women on the planet than there are men. And I'm gonna tell you why I have a understanding for it. It's not that uh, I want to partake, because I do not, but I do understand it. And I'm gonna tell you why I understand it. I've been raising livestock for over 15 years. And when I raise livestock, I've been gardening all my life. I know you like, what are you talking about livestock and gardening? What? Okay, stick with me. There is something, there is something that you notice in nature. In nature, there's always less males than there are females of any species. Always. Roosters, bees. Do you know, just let me just school you on something real quick. Did you know honeybees are all females? For the people that don't know anything about beekeeping, all honeybees that you see flying around on your trees and making all the honey, all of that, did you know that whole big gigantic beehive of hundreds of thousands of honeybees are females? The only time that queen, the only time that queen makes a male is in mating season. She will hatch out several eggs and let a handful of males go to go pollinate that hive over there. Once that male or those males mate with the queen from that hive, this queen produced these males, but the males go to that hive and pollinate, impregnate that queen. Once they do that, they die. Now, only so many males can uh, fertilize the queen. Now you got all these hundreds of males come back, right? When those males come back to the original hive, they're useless. That male has been, that female has been fertilized. They're not no longer needed. So what the females, those hundreds of thousands of bees in that hive, that's all females, what do they do with the handful of males that keep coming in? They're eating all the honey. They dirtying up the place. They can't hardly fly around. They big, they noisy. So the women, all the female honeybees bite off the male's wings, and so the males can't fly back up into the hive. Now, here's the other thing. The male, he's not a honeybee. He's called a drone. He does not produce honey. He does not do anything. His only job is to take care and pollinate that queen over in that hive. So once these hundreds of thousands of female bees realize you're useless, they bite his wings off so he can't fly and can't defend himself until he wander off or starve to death. Because the only way that the male drone bee can eat, the female feeds him every day. So he eating up all the cornbread. He eating up all the pig feet, eating all the hog maws. He in there eating the baby cereal. He eating up all the food. So they said that's enough. They put him out. They evict him. Bite his wings off so he can't fly back up into the hive. Okay, he wanders off into the darkness. I tell you that story because there's only so many males for every species on the planet. Chickens, you only need one rooster. One rooster takes care of at least 15 safely, 15 hens. Even when it comes to human beings, Now, again, this is not about our belief system. It's not about our beliefs. I'm just talking about nature right now, okay? Because spiritually and biblically, I don't want to get into that because I'm not versed in that like that to be defending that, okay? I know we're not honeybees, but again, we're not dogs or cats either. But I'm talking about the facts of nature. The facts of nature, and again, we're not animals, and I'm not talking about the spiritual part of it. I'm talking about nature. There are factually more women on the planet than men. Y'all outnumber us, I think, quadruple, triple. What is the number? Women versus men outnumber men by leaps and bounds, human beings. That's facts. That is factual, correct? Anybody want to give me some numbers? While we're talking about we're not bees and we're not dogs and cats, I understand that. We're not. But can we address the facts like the facts are we're not bees? Okay, yes, factually correct. However, when you put emotions in it, functional productivity goes out the window. I don't understand what you mean by that. However, when you put emotions in it, I don't understand what that means. What can you explain what that means when you put emotions in it? Functionally, uh, functional productivity goes out the window. I don't understand what that means. Proverbs say women and men can obviously procreate with different men and women. Some women can't control those emotions. Digital says if you're doing it for financial and security reasons, it could be fine with some, but most women, including me, I'm going to have a problem with it eventually, and I wouldn't do it to begin with. Right? Again, I'm not getting into the biblical part of that. Okay, we're just talking about my argument is weak. I don't have an argument. I'm not arguing the situation. I'm just asking. Don't make the. I'm not one of them dudes gonna come here like what's his name the Samuel dude. I'm not that. I'm not about to argue with you about whether you should be marrying a bunch of people or not. I don't care. I don't have an argument. I'm asking questions. What I'm saying is I don't see a problem with it. That's all. I kind of understand it a little bit. That's all I'm saying. I understand it. If one man, that's a man's dream to have many women. Don't speak for a man, Carla. Okay, that's not every man's dream. To don't speak. Don't say that's men's dream. Don't speak for all of us. You doing too much. Don't speak for all of us. Because we can start saying that's a woman's dream to blah, 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 blah. Don't do that, okay? I appreciate it if you don't. Don't put us all in one category like that. My dream is not to be with more than one woman at one time. That is not my dream. So don't put us all men in the same category. Whatever you done had your dealings with your man and it went sour, don't put that on the rest of us. Okay? It's not fair. I don't say all women do this. I don't do that. Okay. Right. It's not for everybody, but I understand it. Could never be me. I would rather be alone. Okay, and some people do. Say, I understand the poly life, but like I said, it takes people open communication, building respect, and ending. Okay, like I said, I I don't want to do it either. But I understand it. I wouldn't condemn nobody for it. Because you know what? in a way, in a way, and this is why I understand it. Okay, and you say in the African continent it's community lineage. The mindset is different. The Western world has right. Oh my God, I didn't even want to get into that, but yes, we're going off of somebody else's belief system in the first place. Okay, now I want to again. I don't want to make this bad. I just want to keep. I'm asking questions. All right. I can't speak for everybody, but this is what makes me understand it. Do I accept it? Would I do it? No, I wouldn't. Do I understand it? And if you told me you got 3 or 4 wives, would I be like, ugh? No, I wouldn't do that. Number one, I'm gonna be like, boy, you a bad man because I don't know how you do it. But I understand it, and this is why. Some people are practicing polygyny anyway and don't call it that. For instance, I'm not talking about the men that's off cheating or the women off cheating. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you might be practicing polygyny and not even know it. I have done it, not even know it, really, per se. But the first person I've seen ever do it and not ever think about it until I was old enough to know what this is, my father. My father took care of my mother and all of my aunts. And I never thought twice about it. He wasn't, that I know of, sleeping with all of them. I don't know. But I know anything that my aunt needed, because my aunt didn't have a husband. My aunt didn't have a man in her life. None of them did, right? When my aunt needed anything, she came to my father. She came to my mother, and they collaborated. When they needed somewhere to live, my daddy would let them stay in our either our home with us, and it was times where he would let them stay in one of our rental units. Everything that these women needed their whole life, my father took care of it. All of my aunts didn't have, I don't have uncles like that I know of, right? I got like 2 uncles that I know. The rest of them, I don't know, because those aunts didn't have men in their lives. My father took care of my aunties and my cousins like they were his own. I got pictures of everything that I would wear. When I got school clothes, my cousins got school clothes. My dad was buying them. When I got to go on a field trip at school, my cousins went on a field trip at school because my father paid for those field trips. And the way it was, and it was a lot of times of my life growing up, that my cousins are more like my brothers and sisters because we all lived in the same household a lot of times in my life growing up. I always remember my cousins being part of my life. My cousins weren't like your normal cousins that they visit you once a year or every couple of months. My cousins lived with me. You understand? There was not a time in my life where, you know how the average people out there, they say, oh, we're going to visit Aunt Mabel. We going to Aunt Mabel's house. Yeah, I can't wait to see her. I love when she cooked the pie. I never had that feeling growing up. I never had this feeling where, oh yeah, we going over Aunt Mabel's or something. I never had that because my aunts were always there. They're not aunties to me. They are my second mothers. They're mothers to me. They're not that traditional auntie at all. And my cousins aren't the traditional cousins at all. We went to the same schools, and when I'm the oldest, I gotta whoop somebody ass if they messing with my cousin, because he's like my little brother. So me growing up, when my mom ain't home and my mom was at work, and one of my aunts is living with me, my aunt is making dinner for the whole family. If my mom is out doing something else, my aunt is at home making dinner for the entire family of this house. My father is at work, he come home, my aunt was the one that cooked dinner, not my mom. So it was times where my mom is in the house cooking dinner for the whole family. My dad come home from work, and nobody thought twice about this, whose job it is to do what. My mother would be working out in the garden. My aunt would be in here vacuuming the carpet. It and until I got old enough to understand, people always think of that polygyny in a sexual way. That's the first thing every woman in here said, I don't want to share my man with another woman. You thought about sex first. Every woman has stated that. And I'm not talking about the people that's talking about it biblically. I'm talking about other women. I can't share my man with another woman. You thought about the sex part of it. You didn't think about the emotional part of it. You didn't think about it. Again, I'm not condoning anything. I'm just trying to put it out there why I don't think it's a big problem. Okay? There was never a fight between my mama and my aunt. There was never none of that. I never seen none of that. Okay? And we were a close knitted family. I was in the middle. I was in the trenches of it. Now I'm gonna tell you another piece. Say polygyny can be totally financial and not sexual. You know what? It don't even necessarily got to be sexual or financial. It could also be just working as a unit, completing tasks that is hard for one woman and one man to complete in 2025. Now the woman got to work a job. She got to work two jobs. The man got to work a job. He got to work two jobs of overtime. The kids got to work, and they got to work overtime and go to high school or school. Think about it. So now that the system has got us to the point where you're never home anyway because you're out trying to afford a living. The house is a mess because ain't nobody here cleaning up because everybody is at work, right? What ends up happening if the mama is always at work, the husband is always at work, ain't no food ever in here cooked because everybody at work, the house is in disarray and in shambles, and because ain't nobody in here cleaning up, what happens? The wife end up cheating, the husband end up cheating, they go their separate way, and they break up the family anyway. All because of the struggle is too much on an average couple these days. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying let's be honest and let's admit the struggle, okay? Again, I'm not condoning anything. I'm not siding with anything. I'm just telling you how I get it, why I understand it, because I've seen it work. Now, in my own life, okay, my wife's cousin lived with us a long time. And she was in the exact same situations that my aunties was. I didn't look at her kids no different. I didn't look at her situation no different. When I went to work, I came home. Either she's cooking dinner. I'm not saying, where my wife cooking dinner? Why my wife? No, she cooked dinner for the whole family. I didn't complain about that. If my wife is at work teaching all these kids and her cousin is over here cooking and cleaning up the house, I'm not going to ask no question. If my wife is in here cleaning up the house and her cousin over here cooking or something, I'm bringing home the bacon. I'm doing my part. What? So to me, I feel as though I sheltered and took care of her cousin just like I sheltered and took care of her. There was no sexual problem, no sexual business going on, none of that. It was just, hey, this really was work. It just worked naturally. I didn't think, in those days, I didn't think like this at all. Like I never knew or thought in my brain that I want two wives or something. Nothing like that. I was just saying, as a whole, this system was working. And there was no animosity or problems between none of us. So That's why I'm saying I understand. Because back in those days, if you think about it, let's think about it for real, for real. In the back in the days, let's take it even just let's take it 40, 50 years back. Your household, everybody lived in there. 50 years ago, everybody lived in that household. Now again, let's leave sex out of it. Your aunt lived in there. Your stepmama, your mother-in-law, your mama, all these people live in this one house. And everybody kids live in this one whole household. Back 40, 50 years ago, it was normal, but nobody labeled it polygyny. The man went to work, and when the man came home, somebody was cleaning, somebody was cooking, somebody was sewing, somebody tending to the kids, somebody helping with the homework, blah, 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 blah. But nobody said it's labeled this, because if you think about it, it was actually polygyny. You just didn't think it because all of these women in this house was related. What's the difference? There is no difference. Now, once we start talking about the sexual aspects of it, the whole conversation changes. So, Queen, what's the difference between a village and polygyny? Sex? I'm asking. See, I do not agree. It's against my value. Yeah, I'm not talking about. Uh, I'm not talking about your religion. That's why I said let's leave that. Let's leave that out of it. Because once you put your religion in there, I don't know what you believe. You're believing in a certain scripture in a certain book, and I don't know what to do with that because everybody don't believe in the same thing. So when you break it down on a natural level, so here's my question. Here's my question. A village is where everybody helps out. Okay. Okay, here's my question. So you wouldn't want your sister in your house with your husband? Or you wouldn't want your cousin in your house with your husband? That's a kind of a loaded question though. It's 2025, so don't answer that. don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that because it's 2025. People have zero respect for anything anymore. So I can see where that answer gonna go sour quick. And you know something else too. Since we already deep down in the trenches, I just wanna throw this out there. It's a lot of women out there that is lonely, and I understood one young lady earlier said she'd rather be lonely than share her man, than be it. Do you though? Because it's 2025, right? And it's a lot of that going on against your wishes. Anyway, there is no respect. There is no boundaries. There is no morals. None of that. That's all out the window in 2025, 26. So all you see now is a lot of cheating, infidelity, and so can I talk about can I talk about one situation that I know personally? Said both my grandfathers had extended families. Okay. Here's I'm not gonna talk about that yet. Let's talk about this. What you know of uh there are a lot of individuals out here. Let me see this. There's a lot of individuals out here that's living two lives anyway. You got, let's be honest, it's 2025. You are practicing polygyny in a way, and you don't even think you are. You are in a way. And okay, I know. Again, this is just a conversation. I don't believe in anything. This I'm neutral. How many babies daddies do you got? How many baby mamas do he got? No relationships seem, I ain't gonna say no because I don't know. A lot of relationships seem not to work these days because he's with her and he's with her. He got kids with her, he got kids with her. And in these days, you kind of got a co-parent. Let's be honest, keep it real. You gotta kind of co-parent because if he come into the relationship and he got kids, then you have to get along with his baby mama because he got his kids from her at your house for the weekend, and vice versa. He got to get along with your baby daddy because the baby live with y'all. So when the daddy got to come over here and he, talk to the child or whatever, take him on, whatever, y'all got to be cordial. Y'all got to be functional. So you don't even know it, but you kind of living in that world with several different parental figures in a household with children. And everybody has to be cordial. There are set rules and laws and boundaries to go on that it works. Everybody is not dysfunctional. Let's get that straight. Let me see. You said married twice with 3 children by the first wife and 1 by the current wife. You gotta be cordial. You can't say just because we got a divorce, I don't want them kids at my house no more. Say the first wife hates the new wife. That's understandable. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable. Say my dad was in the house as well to guide us. So I'm not telling everybody that, yeah, that's the right thing to do. Go out and get you a handful of ladies. And that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying I understand. And I think one of the things that people do is the first thing they do is they think of it sexually. They think of it sexually, and they think of the first thing coming pop in their head is menage a twats. And I had to say it like that so it don't get clicked. Menage a twats and sexual encounters. And that's the first thing people think. They don't think of it as on a level of community. They don't think of it. That's the last thing they think is about a community. They think of, I don't want nobody in there laying there with my uh laying there with my husband while that ain't the first, that's the first thought out of everybody's head. I'm just saying, I know it's a lot of people out here co-parenting and living with uh every, I really do think Oh, I want to. I really do. No, I'm not saying that. Uh, um, let me think. Let me see. Are the women sleeping with each other? What you talking about? See what I said? Everybody keep talking about the sexual part of it. Are the women sleeping with each other? What? What's your name? JM? I don't know. You just added a whole twist. You turned that into 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know. I don't listen. I don't live in that kind of world. I got one wife. I've always had one wife. I don't know. I don't know what stuff go on in there. Okay, in these relationships. I'm gonna say this though. I do know one gentleman personally. It just works. Him and his handful of wives. It works. Everybody hate this dude too. Say the men today aren't thinking like parents did in the 60s. That's why I said no, not in 2025, 26. But I know a friend of mine, I'm gonna call him a friend, he it works for him and his wives. It works. That's all I know. And they come on. They got their own videos and stuff, and ain't nobody forcing them to make no video. They ain't sounding like, it's an interrogation video. It ain't sounding like a hostage video. Like, and they look to the side like, uh, I oh, I really love it here, and I am what's this word? uh, I am flourishing and progressing nicely. I should have done this 20 years. I should have done this 20 years ago. I am so happy. I am so happy. Is that good? Whatever. When they put out a video, they do it on their own. They nobody forcing them to put out no video. They got their own little channels and they enjoy it. And listen, they be together too. Listen, some people got work wives. Some people got work wives, work husbands, church wives, church husbands. Some people got them. But you ain't you. And you want to know something else? The people that got work wives and work husbands, the actual husband and the actual wife know the work wife and the work husband. Let's think about that. I'm glad you said that, because get this. Not only will the wife know that you got a work wife, not only will you know your wife got a work husband, y'all accept it. Jokingly, kind of, y'all accept it. Your work wife probably been at your house and ate dinner with your real wife. Your work husband probably came over, helped you work on your car. But it's jokingly acceptable. When in reality, them ain't no words to be playing with. Husband and wife, there ain't no words to be just throwing around loosely like you just saying cornflakes. You said, can we get an actual definition of polygamy, please? Google it. I don't know. We just having a conversation. I don't know if it's polygamy or polygyny. Everybody said it was polygyny, so I don't know. So all I'm saying, y'all, is I don't practice it, but it seems to work for the people that I know personally. And no, they ain't PIMP, ology. They ain't those. So let me straighten that out. Because I don't want y'all to think, oh, Led did say some of his family members be slick talking. No, they are not PIMP, ology. They ain't them. Okay? They just real normal people. And the one I know personally say polygamy is a broad term. You say, and he don't sleep with none of them? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know if he I'm sure. I'm sure he does. I'm he does. Cause now I realize, yeah, he got kids. He got kids by a couple of them. Can I ask y'all a question? I know this done. I should have did this on my other channel. Whew. Okay, quick question. I almost know the answer to this. This is almost a stupid question. Could you live in the house with your husband's ex-wife? Nothing bad went on. Let's just say this. She needs some help for a while. She got a kid by your husband now. She down on her luck. She needs some help so bad that she don't go to him to ask for the help. The ex-wife comes to you. I'm asking. I'm just throwing situations out here. The ex-wife does not ask the ex-husband. Remember, they got a child together. They got two children together. She comes to you and asks you and begs you for help. There's so many people. Somebody said, "Who said this?" Wait, I gotta see who this is because this is hilarious. Um, Rim, Rim says, "I help her get some resources. I'll help her find some resources." Uh, Say I'll send them some money. Okay. I'm just throwing this out here because I want to see how people work, how people function, right? Um, okay, okay. I dig and see where my mind was. Now, mind you, nobody got no animosity. Let's go into the situation. Send some resources. This is hilarious. I think I could at least for a little while. Okay. Queen says if all are mature and communicate, I could. We would all need to build. It could be done. Okay. Oh man. Said depends on the mindset of the wife. If she's all about the drama, then heck no. If she's humble, again, like I said, let's not take this into some ghettoology. Let's talk about everybody is on the up and up. Let's just say the old marriage ended on, hey, we just ain't compatible kind of terms, or irreconcilable differences or whatever. We no animosity, no hate. Hey, we still cool. We still co-parenting, whatever. But we didn't work out. Okay, we tried it for 3 years. It didn't work out. That kind of not know. Y'all drug this out in court for the next 5 years to see who gets the house and who tear the baby in half and all that. Nah. Now who get the dog? No, none of that. I'm talking about, hey, things didn't work out, you know. And all of y'all right now is already thinking, lead, that never works. Nobody ever leaves a marriage like that. I get it. But you understand what I'm saying? Still not still not happening. Said take the kids, she can go. You like what y'all take care of the kids. She on her own. Uh Say, would you let her ex-husband stay? Look, we ain't even got into that part. Okay. Because you know why I haven't got into that? Because there's no men in here. I would love to ask. Uh Say them sparks gonna fly. Maybe it's not the kid's fault. I would offer my help. Okay. If I had more men in here, I would love to ask them this question. I'm going to put this video on my other channel. I would love to ask the men this question. If there were men in here watching me right now, I would love to ask them. That's one man. I said men. I would even put my uh Riles, I can't see your thumbnail. Are you a dude? Let me see. Let me see. I can't see your thumbnail. Are you a man? Cause I can't see your thumbnail. No, 3 men ain't good enough. It's 600 women in here watching me. Okay, B man says I'm a dude here. Okay. Say I know divorce hurt. Okay. Queued up. It's a couple of us in here. Okay. No, like kids, I'm not being messy. I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions. You want to know why I'm asking these questions? Uh, for this is why I'm asking questions. I gotta take that down, J3. You know that. I gotta take that down, bro. That's gonna get me knocked. Um, if it was more men in here in this conversation, I'm a man, and the answer is no. How many men in here say no? Her ex-husband cannot come and stay a couple of nights with y'all. Says somebody said no, she can't stay in my house. His kids, my grown adult stepchildren can stay. Okay. Sean Williams said my husband said no. He must be in the background listening in. He said no. Okay. Let me see. Say that's what child support is for, and the rest she's on her own. Damn, y'all cutthroat. Uh, Intellectual minds would solidly. What is that? The matter for well-being and humanity. I don't understand what done that is. So it was just a question, and that's why I would have liked to hear from more men because me myself I couldn't mentally handle that. Um, on really let's see. She can't do what the husband isn't willing to do. I don't understand what you mean. She can't do what the husband is. I don't understand what you're saying, flashback. What are you talking about? Say we paid for 18 years to stay away from us. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. I don't want to talk about the book on this. We're just talking adult. We ain't bringing religion into it, okay? We're just talking as adults. We're not bringing religion into that. Because religiously, some people believe it's a yes and some people believe it's no. That's a whole nother argument and conversation. That's why I was kind of like, let me get the human being talking to me first, because spiritually and biblically we can't discuss it, because some people be reading the same book and they say this is right, this is wrong, but they reading the same scripture. That's the only reason. It ain't because I don't believe in the Most High. It's because I just wanted to hear from the people. Because y'all could both be reading the same Bible and come out with two entirely different answers. That's been going on in here, and I keep stopping it. That's why I don't want to get into that, because that becomes a biblical scripture correction meeting, and that's not what we gonna do. Said Mike Epps lived with his baby mama and her husband. True. We're talking. We're having an adult conversation. That's it. Okay. Said we watching you on TV, and he said no. She is an ex. My husband said no. She's an ex for a reason. Okay. Man, that sealed it right there. That sealed it. That. I'm sorry, y'all too, but that got me. Okay. Kudos to him. Tell him I said he can hear me, man. You got me on that one. Okay, y'all. Uh, let me see. It was a good question. You playing as devil advocate? Yeah, kinda. I'm just, I'm just. This is what I'm trying to do. Which this conversation should be on my other channel, and this is why. Is because I told y'all on the Uncle Led channel, I'm going to be talking about stuff that we don't talk about. And we're going to start trying to make sense. Everybody keep dancing around realistic adult conversation, and they dancing around with it, but nobody is digging into the source. And that's what we're going to be doing on Uncle Led channel. And that's why I'm kind of starting this conversation here, because I want to dig deep. And we're also going to start, let's. I want to hear your side. You get a chance to hear my side. I want to hear your side. And you know what? I wanted to also strike up a conversation in the household. Like, Uncle, Led was talking about XYZ today. What you think about that? I'm getting a lot of people in trouble too. Uh, so, you know, it's I feel, I feel that we have gone too many generations without talking about the depths of our reality. We're walking around here on this earth with ideas or ideals of things. We're not really living in a reality. And I'm going to tell you this. I think with us just walking around day to day, really not standing on business on a lot of these situations is the reason why we've come this far and we're this sunk down in a hole anyway. Because okay, let me ask y'all a question. This gonna hurt a little bit. This gonna hurt a little bit. And I'm just saying this, and it's not to offend, it's just to make aware. When you look at me, what color am I? What race am I when you just look at me? When you look at me, what race do I look? That's the only thing I could think. I couldn't come up with nothing else. I'll let you answer. When you look at me, what race do I look to you? Okay, Queen says black. Y'all can say black. You can say whatever you want. No, don't play the don't do the politically correct stuff. No, I'm not just a human. Let's be for real. What color do I look when the police see me? When you walk down the street and you see me, you don't say, "Oh, he's human." Nobody does that. Come on, cut the crap. Cut the crap. Okay. A Blexican. Okay. Um, okay, black. I look black. I look Indian, black. Okay. Mixed. Mixed with what? Original. Okay. I look black. I'm just saying, when you walk down the street and you see me, what do sorry. Cuban. Uh, when you see me, Indian, uh, you can go for different races. Okay. All right. I'm gonna stick on this a little while longer. Mixed Islander. Uh, you look Aboriginal, American Indian, Light Creek or Choctaw. Um, yes, you're Black American race. Oh, you're asking, am I Black American? Espanol, Espanol, Black. Okay. Black Cuban. That Cuban is getting me. That Cuban is getting me. Um, Indian black. I'm saying I know we're all mixed, but I'm saying when you see me here on this video or in person, what's your first thoughts? Whether you think I'm mixed with something or Cuban, Asian, black, Islander, black, okay. All right. Right. Oh, okay, black. Okay, good. That's enough. All right. What if? No, it ain't who cares. Look, let's not do that. This is why we here. We talking about reality. Because guess what? Everybody freaking cares. You can't say you're a human and nobody really cares what color you are. Only people that don't look like me can say that, okay? The truth is everybody freaking cares what my skin look like. Unfortunately, everybody puts me in a category because of what my skin looks like. So let's not play that game. We ain't doing that. We're here to talk about grown up and reality. And the reality is when people see me, I'm black. They don't say you're just another human. No, nobody says that. Okay? So, the point I'm trying to make is you are multi-ethnic. The point I'm trying to make is this. For instance, well, I just want to touch on that one more time, just real quick. When you say who cares, okay, if somebody stole your purse and the police ask you what did they look like, are you gonna say who cares? That's what I'm talking about when I say the reason why we're having these conversations is because that's not realistic. That's not realistic. If you had to describe me in any way, form, or fashion, if you said, "Oh, that man saved me," what did he look like, ma'am? Who cares? Nobody does that. And we're here to talk about adult reality conversation. Okay? If somebody just robbed you at gunpoint, what did he look like? Who cares? That's not real. And that's not what we're here for. My reality is I look, whether I am or I'm not, I look like a black man. And this is how you would describe me if we had any interaction. If somebody said, "Who was the last person you talked to?" A big black guy, short hair, white beard. You're going to describe me as such. So I'm not knocking you for trying to be politically correct, but that's not where we are right now. We're not doing that. Not on this channel. I don't do that. Okay. This is the reality that we live in. And the reason why I don't want to do that because it blurs line. So for instance, like I just told you, I don't like playing with words and I don't like blurry lines. For instance, what if I told everybody on here that I'm white? Would you believe me? I'm so white, I'm from I'm from Iowa. I'm from Italy. No, that don't count. I'm from Ireland. Would you believe that I'm pure white? Wait, why Cuban? I'm going to have to look it up. Would anybody here? What if I told you I'm white? Okay. If I told you I'm pure white, Caucasian, looking at my features and my skin, my hair, of course. What if I told you I'm pure European Caucasian? What if I stood on business and I said, oh, my mama? What if I told you that I am? Ha! Tamika Wells. No matter what you told me my origin story, you went and took a DNA test, you followed my DNA back to some tribe somewhere, you told me who I'm related to, all these people in my life right now, everybody blickety, 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 blickety black, right? Or as some people say, Cuban, or Hispanic. I ain't gonna say Hispanic, I don't like that. Or Mexican, or Asian, or Islander. What if I told you, nope, I ain't none of them. I don't care what those DNA tests say. I don't care what my lineage say. I don't care who y'all say is my uncle and my aunts and my mamas and my daddies. Nope, nope, white, Caucasian. I'm gonna ask you a question. If I stood on business right here and y'all looking at me and a lot of y'all seen me in person, dap me up and everything. If I told you that I was Caucasian, would you think that I'm having some sort of mental breakdown? Do you think that I'm having a mental crisis if I am proclaiming with all my heart? Say you use a lot of sunscreen, maybe. Would you think that I'm having a mental break if I told you that I am 100% Caucasian? Absolutely, yup. Somebody said no. Okay. If I'm telling you I'm 100% European, 100% Caucasian, and I am white from a white lineage, even though all the science in my family is showing you that I am not, would you think that I am having a mental crisis? Your belief ain't got nothing to do with it. That's why I don't like blurred lines. Your belief is trash. Facts. The reason why I want to start having these adult, real in-depth, detailed conversations, because our problem in this, Queen said, I think you would be joking. The reason why I want to get into these in-depth, deep conversations, you said you would think I was on drugs. Okay. Because the lines are so blurred nowadays in this day and age that's why we go floating through life on some nonsense, because we are letting everybody and everything get away with however you feel is what it is. Somebody say it might be blind. You might be blind. Oh, blind to the facts. No, no. The reason why I posted this question is because, listen, reality is what I base my life on. Say, I think you would be crazy. Pure nonsense, absolutely. I am not, let's state for the record, I am not of um, the Caucasian race. I am not. Okay, not besides what I've been mixed with over, in my ancestry. But no, I am not. Let's get that out in the open, okay? But my point is this. See how that is? So you would think I was crazy if I told you that I'm white, right? Looking at me, hearing me, knowing where I'm from, knowing my people, knowing my family, seeing my family, everything. If I told you that I'm white right now, you'd be like, is lead okay? Is somebody going to tell him he might need some medical help, right? Okay. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because people are walking around unrealistic these days, and it's whatever you believe, that's what it is. And that's not factual. And I'm a factual person. I like facts. I like reality. I don't like a bunch of fantasy stuff. I don't care about how people feel or nothing. I base my life and my walk in truth, not on how I feel. How I feel is called, in definition, an opinion. My opinion of what I look like, what I feel like, that's different. So my problem is the reason why we letting everybody get away with this blurred line of reality these days is because grown ass people don't have conversations anymore. We don't talk, and we don't define reality anymore because there are so many fantasy things in the world today, so many things that keep you distracted from reality, that everything is like a fantasy. And I don't live in that world with those people. I live in the world of reality. And some people can't stomach it, but it's just the way I am. So my point of saying that, without saying a whole bunch of stuff I'm saying, is, man, you looked at me and you saw a black man. And a lot of people, whether you saw black, Cuban, Indian, Islander, Asian, Mexican, no matter what y'all put on this screen, 650 people, nobody said white. Even I'm going to throw the people that said you're human or who cares, I'm going to throw you in there too. One thing that nobody said when they looked at me on the screen, nobody said, you're white. When I asked you what I look like, nobody out of 650 people said you look white. Something ain't it? I did that for a reason, right? Absolutely. Because when you see me, not what I'm pretending to be. You saw me. You didn't see what I told you that I was. You saw me. And that right there is reality. Unless it has to be explained, like you just said, we ain't gonna dig into those rare instances. You said so it's not impossible to be white and look black or Hispanic. I'm not getting into that. That stuff is so rare. I'm not getting into that. I'm talking about the reality, okay? The reality is when I walk down the street and you see me, you see a black man. You might think you see a Cuban. You might think you see a Mexican. You might think you see an Asian. You see a mixed man of ethnicity. You see a mixed man, okay? Think. You see a mixed man or a black man of color. 650 people did not say white. So we ain't even going to talk about the rare instances where you actually got to explain to the public that you was born with some kind of rare disorder where one baby came out white, one came out black kind of situation. That's so rare, that's not even worth bringing up. Okay? But my point is, that's the reality that I deal with. Now, if somebody, I was accepting of all of those different ethnic groups because I am part of all those ethnic groups. I am the base of all of that. So I accepted all of that, right? And when you see me in public, that's acceptable because I do. So you didn't say white though. So that's how I base my life. I base my life on reality. I ain't gonna walk through a neighborhood full of people that don't look like me and say I'm that. Because no matter how you feel on inside, they gonna remind you one time or another that you're not. You're not white. Don't matter when or where or how, but you will be reminded that you not white. And this isn't a story about any kind of thing that has anything to do with racism at all. So let's get something straight. My point is this. My point is I base my life every day on reality. I only bullshit when I'm bullshitting. But when it comes to reality and business and life and finances, let's talk about reality. And my reality is, look, man, hey, this is who I am. And if I tell you anything different, I'm a liar, right? Am I lying? If I told you I'm a white man, ain't I a liar? Am I a liar if I tell you I'm a white man? Am I a liar if I told you I was 12 years old? If I sat here and told you and proclaimed that I am only 12 years old and no, I don't got Benjamin Button disease. If I sat here and told you I'm only 12 years old, I'm a 12-year-old boy. That's just funny by itself. And I sat there and stood on business and I'm ready to fight to prove to you I'm a 12-year-old boy. No matter if I did this, my mommy said that I can't come out and play, and I boo-booed on myself, and I wet my pantaloons, so I can't come out and play, you guys. I'm on punishment for the rest of the day, and I gotta stand here with my pet gerbil. I can't come out and play baseball with you guys. No matter how much of a 6-year-old to a 12-year-old that I pretend to sound like, you're looking at me. You have been watching my videos for over 12 years, mind you. You're like, look, Lid, bruh, cut it out. Ain't nothing on you 12. Nothing, no part of you is 12. Okay? Hell, and on the inside part, I feel 25. I feel 25 years old, but I ain't. My body say, my mind's telling me no. But my body's telling me no. No, my body is, you ain't 25. You ain't about to get up and start running and racing no children. You ain't 25 years old. So the reality is, I don't care how I feel inside. The reality is, you're not that. You feel 25, you're not. Your body reminds you all the time that you're not that. You can trick your mind into believing whatever you want to believe, but your body is going to keep reminding you that you are not 25 years old. You could look 25. You can feel 25 in the spirit, but you ain't. Your body keep on telling, hey, you missing about 30 years worth. You better cut that bullshit out. Your mind is 25. Bruh, this backbone is 53 years old, son. So let's square that away. Cut that garbage. Your backbone reminds you how old you is every day. Your kneecaps remind you every day. You waking up in the middle of the night to pee remind you every day. You ain't 25 years old. And guess what? These and if your body, if you still in good shape, guess what else gonna remind you that you ain't 25-year-old? A 25-year-old young lady. If your body ain't telling you you ain't 25, your mind ain't telling you you ain't 25, you go step to this 25-year-old girl in the mall and say, hey, baby girl, how you doing? She's going to remind you that you 53 when she say, hey, Unc, do I know you? Unc, uh, no, I don't believe you know me. You go step to that 25-year-old young man like you hard and you wearing your clothes like he wearing his clothes. And he going, you know what he gonna say? Oh, what's up, OG? OG. Uh, what you talking about? Uh, no, I'm 25. I ain't no OG. Okay. All you gotta do to smack your ass back into reality is go to the mall. If you step to this 25-year-old, shit, that's legal. Go to that 25-year-old little young lady and try to spit game. While you sitting in there wearing a pair of Skechers. oh God, let's not say. And you got on a belt. Your pants is around your waist, and you got on a belt, and you got on actual shoes. You got on some Skechers. You don't got on no Crocs. You don't got on no slide-ins, no slip and slides, none of that. Your hair is cut short and you ain't got no dreadlocks. No, your t-shirt ain't got no team logo on it. All your clothes fit. You gonna get reminded hard. You gonna get reminded hard when you try to spit game at the 25-year-old girl knowing good and well you 30 years plus older than her. You know what she gonna say? Just like Randy Jackson. That's a no for me, dog. That's a no for Hollywood. Uh, Adam Randy, what is your take on it, Randy? Randy Jackson be like, oh yeah, that's a no for me, dog. That you know, I produce people like Mariah, Mariah Carey, the Roots, the Locks, Whitney Houston. I produced all. That's a no for me, dog. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Paula. What you think? Paula gone. That young girl is gonna tell you it's a no for me. You pulled up in the parking lot in a Kia Sorento. You feel 25. You know. You didn't pull up in a Dodge Challenger with the Scat Pack in it. You didn't pull up in a Dodge Charger with the Bumblebee package in it. Nope. You pulled up in a Kia Sorento with the hubcaps missing. That young 25-year-old going, you gonna be like, is that your car? Yeah, it is, but it's clean though. She said, the hubcaps missing? Yeah, but it's clean though. I mean, look inside, it even smell like bubble gum. I got that little bubble gum tree on the window. No? That's a no for me, dog. So I try to base my life in reality. You understand? This ain't about how you feel. This ain't about your feelings. It's about the reality. And I think the reason why the world is going down so bad is because we dance on a line of gray area, foggy, misty area, and we let mugs get away with that and make it okay to just not be realistic, yo. You can't do that because now you got to cherry pick You can cherry pick on what you are, what right, skinny jeans, my big old booty, skinny jeans. I be done peed on myself or doo-dooed on myself with some skinny jeans on. You gotta get them off. You gotta get them off. You got them on. You know how you got them on. You gotta get them off. Oh God. So that's why I wanted to talk about the basis of reality, and I wanted to prove to you what reality is, because there's a lot of people walking around right now have no clue what reality is. So hopefully I gave those people a little guide. So don't be offended when I look at you and like something is wrong with you, because my first thought when I see certain people be like, are you okay? When I see you, you have to explain to me that you are okay. That's what I'm saying. When I see certain people walking around today in this time and world, I have to ask and question, are you all right? And you have to explain to me that you are all right. You just, this is who you feel like being today. So I'm not knocking nobody for doing nothing. I'm just saying I base my life and my world in reality. Not my reality, the reality. That's what I'm saying. Universal reality, which people don't believe in that. It's a thing. Universal reality, man. That's why everybody in this mug said I look like some person of color. Nobody out of 650 people said I look like a white man. So that is proof why some folks shouldn't get offended when they, you looking at them like what am I looking at? Okay. Okay. With that being said, let me get off of here. We've been on here for 1,400 hours. So that's enough. That's enough. The sun was up and now it's going down. Everybody, thank you for joining me today. And these kind of conversations will be more on Uncle Led's channel. Okay? I'm going to try to keep this funky over here, but over on Uncle Led's channel, we're gonna dive deep. So do me a favor, and just, if you want to head over to Uncle Led's channel, you like more conversations like this, the one we've had today, we're going to be doing that. And I'm also going to be letting people come up and state their piece. If you want to come in and interject your reasoning and conversation in there, I will let one or two people come up here and there. So I'm not the only one talking. I would love to hear everybody else's opinions and conversation, so we could actually, have a conversation. And the only way we can have a conversation is if people are being realistic with themselves. I don't like I don't deal with fantasy unless I feel like doing fantasy. Other than that, I don't let that horse pull my carriage. You understand? But everybody, enjoy your day. What is it, Sunday or something? Yeah, oh my God. Everybody enjoy your day. That's all I got. All right? Everybody, live from 73. I love you. I love you. Be safe out there. Keep your head down. I love you, and I'm out. Peace. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what is this? What is it? Okay. See, I'm 60 years old, and I know this, but you wouldn't be able to tell my age if you seen me. I still run with my grandkids. I might not beat all of them. Still skate, play volleyball, softball, and healthy. That ain't got nothing to do with but the reality. Because everything that you just named is great. That's wonderful. You're healthy. You're in good spirits and everything. But I guarantee you, I don't care how good a health you are and 60 years old, you are taking some kind of pain medication at the end of the day. You running with your grandkid, that's great. It's wonderful. But I'm telling you, you need to soak them kneecaps in some Epsom salt or some of them feet. You got to dip them feet down in some Epsom salt water, like you dipping some chicken nuggets in the mustard. You No meds at all. I didn't say medications. I said you got some Tylenols or something. You got some Tylenol stashed in that purse or something. Come on. No Tylenol, no ad leaves. I didn't say medications like that. Not medic. Do you take some little Tylenol? Nope, no Tylenol. Okay, okay. I believe you. All I can do is believe you. You know, some people got it like that. Some people got it like that. Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that at all. So you what the young boys call auntie, huh? So what's your name? Wait a minute. Sandra said you ain't wrong. What's your name? Sonia. So you want them because when they say cougar, that's the word cougar. It hit me more like Marcus. It hit me more with I don't have any panties on when I hear the word cougar, right? So I don't throw that at people. That's pushing. But the young boys, they call them ones like that be playing with the grandkids, running at the park and stuff. You done took the grandkids to Chuck E. Cheese and you all up in the tunnel with the kids and stuff. You crawling through the little tubes and on the ceiling with the kids and everything. Okay, they call them the auntie. They be like, all right, auntie. Uh huh. Yeah. All right, auntie. Yeah, you playing. Okay. All right. I see you, auntie. I see that them young boys, they be looking. I seen them looking at my wife. Cause my wife don't look her age. My wife 50 years old. She look like a little girl. My wife 50. You hear me? My wife is 50. Not 50. She 50. So I that's why I said I believe you. She ain't on no medication. She take her little vitamins. She ain't on no meds. She ain't on no pain pills. She don't believe in none of that. So uh say your daughter on here now, she'll tell you, ain't gotta tell me, I believe you. Who is your daughter? Rouse said I like auntie better. Yeah, because the aunties, I don't want to get into that. Kendra says Sonya is 60, no meds, never done any drug stuff. Damn, I didn't ask about her badass habits. She didn't drink no alcohol, she ain't did crack. I didn't I I didn't ask for that. She don't mess around with no needles or nothing, Jesus. So you ain't have to take it that deep. I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you. But I think see when you say stuff like that, um, other channel is Uncle Led 73. But when you say stuff like that, right, you kind of make people be like, what you mean she ain't do no abusive substances? It turned into something else. It turned us all into questioning, like, okay, all right. So you understand what I'm saying? Say, you said, wait a minute. What's the point of the conversation? Many older people are healthy and take care of their bodies. Stop projecting. Oh yeah, you gotta go. Cause ain't nobody talking. You did. You wasn't even here. You a troll coming in to try to start some stuff. That ain't what we even talking about. What I'm trying to say to people is the real people understood me. Trolls don't. So yeah, Auntie, I'm with you. I'm with you, 100%. Yeah, I see you, Auntie. I see. Okay, okay, you in? Okay, you know. But yeah, I see you, Sonya. Go ahead, do you? Yeah, I done cornfielded about 10 of them today. I ain't got time for that bullshit. So anyway, everybody enjoy your day. Y'all liking that 60 talk? Let's talk that 60. It's the only thing is I'm just saying, says only thing in 60, don't hurt yourself. Healing is slow or it will last. Experience from working out, but I still keep moving. Amen. Amen, Auntie. I see. I see. All right. So everybody, thank you so much. And the real moving, say Auntie out. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sonya. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for this little conversation. I hope you can read between the lines, get what I'm saying when I am coding. But for the most part, uh, yeah, I just want to talk to grown ass folks. I don't all that talking about children and talking to children and try to make children understand what right. I don't want to talk in no blurred lines. If you want to keep stuff in mystique, we can't have a conversation. All right, everybody, have a wonderful day. Enjoy yourself. Live Farmer 73, and I love you. And I'm out. And Sonya, all right, Auntie. Okay, all right, okay, Auntie. Y'all have a wonderful day. All right, Live Farmer 73. Love you, and I'm out. Peace.